Stop scrolling for a moment. Heaven has pressed pause, and everything around you is still, just so this message can reach your ears. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble into these words by chance. This is a divine appointment. The Spirit of God has called you by name, and your spirit knows it. You feel the pull inside your chest even now. That pressure, that weight, that sense of urgency you cannot explain. It is not a random stirring. It is your awakening. You are stepping into the revelation that you have always been marked as one of God's chosen ones. Listen carefully. From the day you entered this world, a seal was placed upon you. That seal has separated you from the rest. Though you may not have understood why you never seemed to fit in, why rejection chased you, why doors closed in your face, and why your journey always looked harder than others. People looked at you and saw someone ordinary, but in the courts of heaven, your name was written in fire. Even the demons knew it before you did. They fought you, not because you were weak, but because you are dangerous to their kingdom. You were marked to carry light into darkness, and darkness trembled before your birth. This is the hour of awakening. Your spirit is rising from the slumber of discouragement, from the fog of confusion, from the weight of battles that were designed to bury you. You survived what others would not have endured. You carried burdens that should have crushed you. Yet, here you are, still standing. Do you not see it? The very fact that you are alive in this moment, reading these words, is proof that heaven preserved you. God did not allow the enemy's plan to take you out, because your assignment is not finished. Hear me. Chosen one, you are not like the rest. You have been misunderstood, mislabeled, even cast aside. But the stone that was rejected by builders is often the very one chosen as the cornerstone. Your uniqueness was never a flaw, it was divine design. Every scar you carry is a signature of heaven's molding process. Every delay was a recalibration of your path. You were not forgotten. You were being prepared. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, declaring, "Before I formed you, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart." Do you feel the weight of that truth? Before a single mistake, before a single heartbreak, before you ever doubted yourself, God already called you chosen. That word was not placed upon you yesterday. It has been echoing from eternity into this very moment. Let this awaken you. You are the answer to someone's prayer. You are the light in someone's darkness. You are the vessel heaven has selected to carry hope into hopeless places. That is why you could not blend in. That is why compromise tasted bitter in your mouth. That is why sin never sat comfortably in your soul. You were not made to be common. You were made to be a living prophecy. Now, pay attention. The breakthrough you are waiting for is tied to your recognition of identity. Until you see yourself as chosen, you cannot step into what is reserved for you. Identity unlocks inheritance. A prince who forgets he is royal lives as a pauper. But the moment he remembers who he is, the throne begins to call his name. The throne has been calling you, but today, your ears finally hear it. And yes, battles have surrounded you. Sometimes it felt like you were cursed, like everything you touched turned to dust. But no, beloved, those were not curses. Those were proofs. Proofs that your light is too blinding for darkness to ignore. Proofs that your assignment is too great for the enemy to leave you alone. The battle around you was never about who you are now. It was always about who you are becoming. The enemy saw your future and tried to assassinate it before you discovered it. But he failed. Chosen one, rise. This is the beginning of your awakening. Today, you step out of survival mode and into destiny mode. Today, you stop asking, "Why me?" and begin declaring, "It had to be me," because only you could carry what God entrusted. Only you could endure what you endured. And only you can unlock what heaven is about to release. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 1. "Fear not, for I have redeemed you. I have called you by name. You are mine." Let that sink deep into your soul. You are His, not lost, not abandoned, not overlooked. His, and because you are His, no darkness can lay claim to your future. No rejection can cancel your calling. No delay can erase your destiny. Beloved, if this message has pierced your heart, if you sense the divine fingerprint pressing on your spirit, then respond. Do not stay silent. Heaven requires agreement on earth for prophecy to unfold. Right now, type the number 777 inches, the comments below. This number is not random. It is a prophetic act, a sign of divine completion and heavenly alignment. By typing it, you are saying, "I receive this awakening. I step into my chosen identity. I agree with heaven's word over my life." And before you scroll away, listen, subscribe to this channel so you never miss what heaven is releasing for you. Share this message so another chosen one who is about to give up may hear the trumpet call. Your obedience in even this small step can ripple into eternity. You are chosen. You are marked. You are awakening now. Chosen one, you have awakened. And now you must understand, this calling did not begin today. You have been marked since birth. Even before you could speak, heaven's eyes were upon you. You carried something invisible, yet undeniable. People treated you differently without knowing why. Some admired you. Others resisted you. But none could ignore you. That is the mark of one who is set apart. Think back on your childhood. Do you remember feeling like you never fully belonged? You might have tried to fit in, but deep inside, you felt a quiet separation. Even in rooms full of laughter, something whispered to your spirit that you were walking a different road. Friends came and went, but the loneliness lingered. You were not being punished, you were being preserved. Heaven kept you from blending in, because blending in would have buried your destiny. Every rejection was redirection. Every betrayal was instruction. Every wound carved out more space inside of you for the oil of heaven to be poured. You thought you were forgotten, but the truth is, you were hidden. Diamonds are never left in the open. They are buried until the appointed time. You, too, were hidden until your season arrived. And now, beloved, your season is breaking open. But hear this, being chosen has always come with a cost. That is why your battles seemed heavier than others. While others danced through life, you carried weight they could not see. While others laughed, you wept in silence. The enemy marked you as well, not because of who you are now, but because of who you were destined to become. He saw your crown long before you felt its weight. He tried to crush you before you realized your authority. That's why the warfare was so intense. Chosen one. Consider Joseph, the dreamer, marked by God, favored by his father, but hated by his brothers. His own blood sold him into slavery. Was that not rejection? Yet rejection placed him on the road to Egypt. In chains, he was still chosen. In prison, he was still chosen. And when the appointed time came, the same mark that made him hated lifted him to the palace. Do you see it? Your rejection has been the transportation system for your elevation. When people walked away, you thought it was abandonment. In truth, it was heaven pruning your circle. Not everyone can handle the weight of your destiny. Not everyone can walk beside someone chosen. Some had to leave so that their hands would not contaminate what God was birthing in you. It hurt, but it was necessary. You are not cursed. You are being carved. Your struggles were not accidents. That night, you cried, wondering why God allowed pain. Was a night of shaping. Every unanswered prayer, every closed door, every not yet was chiseling your spirit into alignment. You thought you were being delayed, but you were being prepared. A soldier is not thrown into battle without training. And you, chosen one, have been in boot camp since birth. The hardships were your training grounds. Your bruises, the marks of discipline. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah, chapter 48, verse 10. I have refined you, not as silver. I tested you in furnace of affliction. The furnace has been your life, but do you not see? The furnace did not consume you, it revealed you. Fire does not destroy gold, it purifies it. Every fiery season has been stripping away what does not belong to your destiny, leaving only the pure essence of who you are in Christ. You must embrace this truth. Your uniqueness is not a flaw. It is your greatest weapon. The very things that made you feel strange, the very quirks you tried to hide, the very ways you stood out, those are the marks of heaven's design. You were never meant to blend in. Blending in would have silenced your roar. Blending in would have dimmed your light. And your light was always meant to disrupt darkness. Chosen one. Stop despising your journey. Every scar has meaning. Every valley has value. Every mountain you climbed was proof that strength lived inside you. Remember, the higher the call, the heavier the cross. But also remember, the heavier the cross, the greater the crown. Your cross is not evidence of abandonment, it is evidence of assignment. Think of the times you should have lost your mind, but you didn't. The accidents you should not have survived, yet you walked away. The heartbreaks that should have broken you beyond repair, yet here you stand. That is not chance. That is not luck. That is the mark of preservation. Heaven intervened because your story was not allowed to end prematurely. And let me tell you this, the enemy has always overplayed his hand. He thought rejection would make you quit, but it only drove you closer to God. He thought heartbreak would harden you, but it deepened your compassion. He thought betrayal would make you bitter, but it purified your discernment. Everything he used to destroy you has backfired into your preparation. That is what it means to be chosen. What was meant for evil becomes the very tool for your elevation. So rise up. Beloved, stop apologizing for being different. Stop trying to shrink yourself so others feel comfortable. Stop doubting the very things that make you unique. You have been marked since birth, and no demon, no failure, No delay can erase that mark. The same God who called you before the foundations of the world is still holding you in his hand. Now, you are not a mistake. You are not too late. You are exactly where you are meant to be in the unfolding of his divine timeline. Hear this. You carry history inside you. Generations before you prayed prayers, you are now the answer to battles your ancestors could not overcome. You will conquer. Chains that enslaved your bloodline will break under your feet. You are not just living for yourself. You are living as the continuation of prophecy. And the mark you carry is proof that heaven's story is being written through your life. Chosen one. It is time to stop seeing your past as a curse. It was a classroom. It was training. Every tear was a seed. Every night of loneliness was an altar. Every rejection was a signpost, pointing to your destiny. You have been set apart since birth. And now you are awakening to the full reality of who you are. Do not run from this. Do not shrink back. Lift your head. Square your shoulders. The mark of heaven is on you. And the world is about to see what God has always known. You are chosen. And nothing in hell can rewrite that truth. Chosen one. You are awakening. You are marked. And now heaven begins to whisper of a hidden prophecy. This prophecy has been waiting for the appointed time to be unlocked in your life. It is not new. It was written long before you could read. It is not random. It is woven into your very DNA. You feel it now, that tugging inside your soul that says, there must be more. That stirring is the echo of prophecy, calling your name. This prophecy is not for everyone. It is hidden because it was never meant for the casual, the lukewarm, or the curious wanderer. It is hidden for the chosen. That is why you are here in this moment, because your spirit recognizes that something sacred is being unveiled. You are stepping into alignment with heaven's script for your life. And what was once hidden is now beginning to unfold before your very eyes. But first, understand this. Prophecy is not just about future events. Prophecy is heaven's perspective spoken into your now. It takes what is written in eternity and breathes it into your present. That means this word is not simply about what will happen, it is about what is being activated inside you this very moment. Do you see how your life has been preparing for this? The dreams you could not shake, the visions that visited you in the night, the strange coincidences that were not coincidences at all. Every one of them has been a piece of the hidden prophecy, a whisper of the breakthrough that is coming. And now, God is lifting the veil. Chosen one, your hidden prophecy speaks of breakthrough. A breakthrough that does not look like survival, but like dominion. A breakthrough that does not simply bring you out of the storm, but sets you above it. This is why the battles have intensified. Prophecy always attracts warfare. Because the enemy fears the moment you awaken to what heaven has already decreed. He cannot erase what God has spoken, but he tries to distract you, delay you, and deceive you into forfeiting it. But today, his schemes collapse. Because revelation breaks deception. You need to hear this. Your next breakthrough is not small. It is not just another answered prayer or another minor blessing. No, this is the kind of breakthrough that shifts the trajectory of your life. This is the prophecy that unlocks new authority, new doors, and new dimensions. It will ripple into your family, your future, and even generations after you. That is why the weight has felt unbearable, because the glory that follows will be undeniable. We find in the book of Philippians, chapter 4, verse 13, I can do all things through Christ who gives me strength. Do you understand the depth of this? This is not just encouragement, it is activation. Heaven is reminding you that the hidden prophecy of breakthrough is not dependent on your strength, your resources, or your wisdom. It is anchored in Christ, who empowers you to do what seemed impossible. What once felt like walls too high to climb will now crumble at your touch, because the Spirit inside you is stronger than anything around you. This prophecy is also a mirror. It reveals who you truly are, even when you cannot see it yet. You have walked through seasons where you felt weak, unworthy, and unqualified. But prophecy does not speak to who you think you are, it speaks to who God knows you are. You may see scars, but heaven sees a warrior. You may see brokenness, but heaven sees a vessel of glory. You might see delay, but heaven sees preparation. Beloved, imagine a door. On one side stands your past pain, mistakes, rejection, and battles. On the other side stands your destiny, authority, freedom, joy, and impact. The hidden prophecy is the key in your hand. Every moment you obey, every time you believe, every tear you sow, you are turning that key. And soon, the door will swing wide open. What once was hidden will suddenly be revealed, and you will step into a reality you only dreamed of before. But here is the urgency. Prophecy requires response. It is not enough to hear it. You must align with it. You must declare it, believe it, and walk in it. That is why even now, I call you to action. Write in the comments these words: I receive. Just 2 words. Yet they are a holy declaration. Why? Because in saying this, you are not only acknowledging what you've heard, you are actively receiving it. You are saying, Lord, I do not just hear your prophecy. I welcome it into my life. I open my hands. I open my heart. I open my future to what you have spoken. Do not underestimate the weight of these words. The moment you write them, you become like a vessel turned upward, ready to be filled. Prophecy is oil, and I receive is the open jar. As long as the jar is empty and willing, heaven will not stop pouring. By declaring it, you step out of passive listening and into active partnership with the words spoken over you. Now pause and consider. What if you had given up yesterday? What if you had scrolled past this moment? What if you had silenced the voice inside that said, there is more, beloved? That is why you are here, because heaven refused to let you miss your appointed time. The hidden prophecy is being revealed because you are ready, not perfect, not flawless, but ready. Ready to believe, ready to surrender, ready to step into the breakthrough that has been written for you all along. Chosen one, this hidden prophecy is your inheritance. No one else can claim it. No one else can steal it. It carries your name, your purpose, your destiny. The battles you faced were proof of its reality. The attacks you survived were evidence of its weight. And now, you stand at the threshold of manifestation. Lift your spirit. Beloved, do not fear the unknown, for heaven has already written your victory. Do not shrink from the battle, for Christ has already secured your strength. Walk forward boldly, for the hidden prophecy is no longer hidden. It is being unveiled, and your next breakthrough is already unlocking. Write it, declare it, Believe it, I receive. And as you do, watch as heaven begins to move. For your agreement is the final key that turns prophecy into reality. Chosen one, the prophecy is stirring, and you are awakening to who you are. But do not think for a moment that this journey unfolds without resistance. If you have wondered why the weight feels so heavy, why the path seems so long, why your soul has been pressed in the secret place, it is because you are living in the middle of a war that few can see. You are a warrior in a battle that rages in the unseen. Look around you. Life in the natural world appears ordinary, yet in the invisible realm there is turbulence, movement, collision. Every thought you fight against, every temptation that claws at your spirit, every sudden discouragement that clouds your vision is not random. It is warfare. Darkness has studied your lineage, mapped your weaknesses, and strategized against your destiny. The reason: your light terrifies what lurks in shadows. You were chosen to disrupt, not to be silent. This battle is not new. It has been raging since the beginning. The serpent sought Eve not because she was weak, but because she carried wombs of generations. Pharaoh pursued Israel not because they were powerless, but because they were multiplying. Herod sent soldiers to massacre infants, not because of ordinary children, but because prophecy had whispered of a newborn king. The enemy does not fight what does not threaten him. If the war around you has been intense, it is because heaven has declared something about you that hell cannot ignore. Do not mistake this warfare as abandonment. You are not forsaken in the battle, you are armed. Heaven has not sent you unprepared into this war. You carry weapons not of flesh and blood, but of divine power. Your worship confuses darkness. Your prayers shake foundations. Your obedience cuts chains. Every time you choose holiness over compromise, you swing a sword in the unseen. Every time you lift your voice in faith instead of fear, you send shockwaves through the enemy's camp. Beloved, you may have thought your struggles were evidence of weakness, but what if they are evidence of strength? The enemy does not waste energy on those who pose no threat. He aims his arrows at those carrying fire. You carry a flame, and that flame is intolerable to darkness. That is why storms have chased you. That is why your sleep has been tormented. That is why relationships around you have been shaken. The warfare around you is proof of the prophecy within you. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Elijah. Chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. This is the cry in the midst of battle, a demand for clarity, for decision. For in war there is no neutral ground. You cannot stand between two armies forever. The time has come to decide that you belong fully to the light, that your allegiance is firm, that your heart is undivided. This decision fortifies your spirit, and once you choose, heaven rallies its armies on your behalf. You must know this: the battle is not only about resisting temptation or enduring trials, it is about territory. The enemy wants to rob you of inheritance, your peace, your joy, your future, your influence. He wants to silence your voice before you realize its power. But God has positioned you as an ambassador of his kingdom, a carrier of his authority. The unseen war is about which kingdom will rule over the ground of your life. That is why you must rise daily in awareness that you are a soldier in active combat. Some battles you face have names: fear, addiction, doubt, rejection. Others are subtler weariness, distraction, complacency. But every one of them is tied to a larger war. The enemy knows that if he can cloud your vision, he can delay your destiny. If he can bind your confidence, he can weaken your steps. But hear this, the war may be real, but so is your victory. The outcome is not uncertain. It has already been written. The cross sealed it. The resurrection confirmed it. And prophecy now reveals it. Chosen one. Take courage. Do not measure your progress by how you feel in the battle. Even when you are trembling. Even when you feel pressed on every side. Even when you doubt whether you can endure another wave, you are still advancing. The ground beneath you is shifting. The atmosphere around you is breaking. And angels are moving on, assignments you cannot see. Heaven is not silent, it is active. You are not alone in this unseen war. Lift your eyes in faith. Imagine legions of angels encamping around your dwelling, their swords drawn in defense of your destiny. Imagine the throne of God, where prayers ascend like incense and divine decrees are released into the earth. Imagine the Spirit of God within you, greater than every force outside of you, whispering courage into your bones. This is not fantasy, it is the reality of those who are chosen. There is also purpose in this warfare. Without battles, you would not discover your weapons. Without resistance, you would not uncover your strength. Without darkness, your light would not shine as fiercely. The struggle that exhausts you is also shaping you. You are learning discernment, courage, perseverance. You are learning how to wield authority, how to silence lies, how to stand even when winds howl. One day you will look back and see that what felt like destruction was training. Consider David. Before he ever faced Goliath, he fought lions and bears in the wilderness, alone, unseen, but armed by heaven. The wilderness was his training ground. So it is with you. These unseen battles are not wasted. They are preparing you for the giants you will confront openly. The same God who gave David victory in secret is the one who will give you triumph in public. Do not fear the unseen. You were born for this battle. You are not fragile. You are forged. The fire has not destroyed you. It has refined you. The weight has not crushed you. It has anchored you. You walk clothed in authority, even when you do not feel it. The Spirit within you equips you. The blood of Christ covers you, and the armies of heaven surround you. So stand tall. Chosen one. The unseen war is real, but so is your anointing. The darkness trembles not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who dwells within you. Do not shrink back. Do not retreat. This is the moment you were chosen for. And though the battle rages, victory is not coming. It is already yours. Chosen one. You have begun to see that the unseen war is not your defeat, but your training ground. Yet, even in the midst of this battle, heaven has been speaking one truth again and again. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. That is not a gentle suggestion, it is a divine decree. Everything that has been hurled against you, every whisper of slander, every arrow of betrayal, every storm of fear may have touched you, but it could not take you out. You are still here. That alone is testimony enough that the shield of God has never left your side. Think about it. How many times did you wonder if you would make it through? How many moments did you say, "This is it. I cannot take one more blow"? And yet, somehow, you rose again. Somehow, breath returned to your lungs. Somehow, hope flickered when despair surrounded you. That is not coincidence. That is divine preservation. The fire was permitted to surround you, but it could not consume you. The flood was allowed to rise, but it could not drown you. You were tested, but you were not defeated. The ancient words recorded in Isaiah, chapter 54, verse 17 declare, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you." Let this settle in your heart. It does not say weapons will not form, they will. It does not say lies will not be spoken, they will. It does not say storms will not rage, they will. But it does promise, with absolute certainty, that none of them will succeed in stopping the destiny God has placed upon you. They may form, but they will fail. You see, beloved, God has always been ahead of the enemy. Before every arrow is fired, He has already built your shield. Before every trap is laid, He has already paved your escape. Before every word is spoken against you, He has already prepared your vindication. That is why the enemy has never succeeded in silencing you. That is why every time you thought it was over, you discovered a new strength rising within you. You are living proof that God's word is unshakable. But here is the mystery. Sometimes what looks like defeat in the natural is victory in the spirit. When you were betrayed, heaven was actually removing wrong voices from your life. When you were rejected, God was redirecting you into alignment with His will. When a door slammed shut, it was because He was preparing a greater one to open. The enemy thought he was breaking you down, but in truth, He was building you up. Every loss was a hidden gain. Every wound became a weapon. Every scar became a testimony. Chosen one, you carry evidence that God's shield is unbreakable. Do you remember those nights when you cried out for strength, and somehow morning came? Do you remember those seasons where everyone expected you to quit, but you pressed forward? You may not have realized it at the time, but angels were encamping around you. The hand of God was lifting you. The Spirit of God was whispering, "Not yet. You are not done. You are chosen for more." This is why you cannot give up now. The same God who has carried you through the valleys will carry you to the mountaintop. The same shield that deflected arrows in the past will deflect the ones yet to come. The battle is not over, but the victory is already guaranteed. You are walking under a covering that no darkness can penetrate. And hear me, beloved, your survival is not just for you. Others are watching, even when you don't know it. People who doubted you, mocked you, or even abandoned. You are now witnessing that the hand of God has never left you. Your perseverance is preaching louder than any sermon. Every step you take forward is declaring to the world, God is faithful. His promises are true. His shield is unshakable. Do not underestimate the ripple effect of your endurance. You may feel ordinary, but your testimony is extraordinary. There are people you will never meet face to face whose lives will be changed because you refused to quit. The weapons formed against you were not only meant to stop you, they were meant to silence the glory of God that radiates through you. But because you endured, His glory shines even brighter. Beloved, chosen one, I want to pause here and speak to your heart with sincerity. If these words are feeding your spirit, if you feel heaven confirming this truth within you, then I invite you to support this flow of light. Share this message with someone who is on the edge of giving up. You never know whose midnight could turn to morning because of your obedience. Like this message, not for numbers or vanity, but because every act of agreement strengthens the reach of heaven's word. And if you have not yet, subscribe so that you do not miss the next release of prophecy that God has for your journey. This is not entertainment. This is a lifeline. Stay connected, because the word that preserved you yesterday is the same word that will propel you tomorrow. I speak to you, not as one seeking attention, but as one carrying a trumpet call. The times are urgent. The battles are fierce. And the chosen ones must rise together. Your like, your share, your subscription are not mere clicks. They are declarations. They are ways of saying, I stand in agreement. I will not let this flame be hidden. I choose to be part of what heaven is releasing now. So continue. Beloved, continue to walk in the assurance that no weapon prospered then, and none will prosper now. Continue to lift your head high, knowing that you are covered. Continue to shine, because the darker the night, the brighter your light becomes. This is not the end of your story. It is only the beginning of a chapter where your survival transforms into triumph, and your triumph becomes testimony. Lift your spirit. Stand tall. The arrows may fly. The storms may rage. The tongues may rise, but they will not prevail. For you are chosen, shielded, and unstoppable. Chosen one. Heaven has been whispering to your spirit. And now a prophetic sign begins to emerge. You have seen it before, numbers appearing in ways too strange to be coincidence. On clocks, receipts, page numbers, even in dreams. You wondered if you were imagining things, if your eyes were just playing tricks. But no, beloved, these are not random digits. They are confirmations from heaven. The eternal realm speaks through patterns, and God uses even the language of numbers to seal His word in your spirit. The prophetic sign is a reminder that you are not wandering blind. You are being guided. Steps you thought were your own have been ordered. Paths you thought were accidents have been orchestrated. Every delay, every redirection, every surprising turn has been part of a map designed by God Himself. And just when you begin to question if He is still with you, He places a sign in your path, a divine nudge, a holy wink, a coded message that says, yes, I am still leading you. Do you remember Gideon? Unsure, trembling, doubting his own strength. He asked for a sign, and heaven gave it to him. Twice the fleece bore witness that God was with him. Why? Because signs are not about superstition, they are about strengthening faith. When the chosen one struggles with uncertainty, heaven answers with confirmation. That is what these prophetic numbers are doing in your life. They are the whisper of God saying, do not quit. I have not forgotten you. My hand is still guiding you into destiny. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. This is the heart of every prophetic sign. You are not being asked to figure everything out. You are being reminded that heaven is already fighting battles you cannot see. The signs you encounter are like footprints in the sand, proof that your defender is walking with you, even when the battlefield feels overwhelming. Beloved, pay attention to the signs around you. You prayed for guidance, and heaven is answering in ways you least expect. Sometimes it is through a number, Other times through a verse that seems to leap off the page, or perhaps a song that arrives at the exact moment you needed its words. The language may change, but the message is the same. You are not alone. Keep moving forward. Your breakthrough is near. This is why the prophetic sign is crucial in your journey. It anchors you in faith when storms howl. It reminds you that destiny is not a gamble, it is a divine script. And when you see the sign, it is heaven confirming that you are still aligned with the timeline written for you. Now, pause and reflect. How many times did a number appear when you were about to give up? How many times did a pattern repeat itself until you could no longer ignore it? That was heaven's way of rescuing you from doubt. That was God leaning close, whispering, "Stay the course. Do not lose heart. You are closer than you think." Beloved, do not dismiss these signs. They are not meant to entertain you. They are meant to awaken you. They are not random. They are prophetic. When heaven repeats something, it is declaring emphasis. It is saying, "Pay attention. This is important. Do not miss it." And now, I give you this prophetic act. Write the number 444 inches, the comments below. Why 444? Because it is a number of stability, of foundation, of divine order. It is a reminder that even when everything around you shakes, your life is being built upon a rock that cannot crumble. It is heaven saying, "I am securing your steps. I am establishing your path. I am bringing divine order to the chaos around you." Do not think it is just typing digits. No, beloved, it is an act of agreement. By writing 444, you are declaring, "I choose to walk in alignment with heaven's order. I receive the sign as confirmation that I am on the right path. I trust that my life is not random, but divinely orchestrated." When you obey in small things, you prepare yourself for greater. Remember Naaman, the commander who almost missed his healing because the prophetic act seemed too simple. Dip 7 times in the Jordan, too easy, too ordinary, too unimpressive. But when he obeyed, healing flowed. In the same way, your willingness to respond to the prophetic sign opens the door for greater breakthrough. Beloved, signs will continue to follow you. Do not chase them, but recognize them. They are breadcrumbs on the trail of destiny, left by a loving Father who refuses to let you get lost. You will see more patterns, more confirmations, more holy echoes, and each one will remind you that your story is not in the hands of chaos, but in the hands of a faithful God. The enemy would love to convince you that the signs are meaningless, that they are just chance. But look closer. The consistency, the timing, the way they arrive when your heart cries out for help, these are not coincidences. These are messages from heaven. Every 444 you see, every whisper that repeats, every holy confirmation is God's way of saying, "I am still here. I am still fighting. I am still leading you to break through." So, walk with confidence. Chosen one, the signs will not stop, because heaven has invested too much in your destiny to let you wander without guidance. Lift your head, sharpen your spirit, and move forward, knowing that your path is secured. The prophetic sign has been given, and your next breakthrough is closer than you think. Type it now. Let heaven record it. 444. Declare it. Believe it. And watch as the unseen hand of God continues to align your steps with His perfect plan. Chosen one. The prophetic signs are guiding you. But perhaps you have wondered why the path has still been so hard. If heaven has marked you, if prophecy has spoken over you, why have you endured so much crushing? Why have tears stained your pillow more nights than you can count? Why do your prayers sometimes echo back in silence? Do not mistake these seasons. Beloved, they are not evidence of abandonment. They are evidence of oil. The crushing is sacred. Grapes cannot release wine until they are pressed. Olives cannot release oil until they are crushed. And chosen ones cannot release their anointing until they have walked through seasons that break them open. Your heartbreak, your delays, your losses, these have been the pressings that squeeze heaven's fragrance out of your life. It hurts. Yes, crushing always does. You have felt the weight of unanswered prayers, the sting of betrayal, the silence of God when you begged for a word. You have been pressed in your finances, in your health, in your relationships, in your spirit. You may have even cried out, "Lord, why me?" But here is the hidden mystery. The greater the crushing, the greater the oil. Heaven is extracting from you something that could not emerge in comfort. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 34, verse 18. The Lord is close to the broken-hearted and saves those who are crushed in spirit. Notice the word crushed. It is not ignored, not avoided, but saved. God draws near in the crushing because it is there that intimacy deepens. It is there that your prayers shift from surface requests to raw groanings of the heart. It is there that your faith transforms from theory to lifeline. Beloved, do not despise the crushing. For every tear you shed, oil is being poured. For every season of loneliness, depth is being carved. For every not yet, roots are being strengthened. Others may see only your wounds, but heaven sees the fragrance rising, and soon, that fragrance will anoint everything you touch. Think of Joseph again, sitting in the dungeon, though dreams had promised him a palace. That dungeon was his crushing. Think of Hannah, crying bitterly at the temple because her womb remained closed. That barrenness was her crushing. Think of Jesus in Gethsemane, sweating drops of blood, whispering, "Not my will, but yours." That garden was his crushing, and in each case, oil flowed. Joseph rose with wisdom to govern nations. Hannah gave birth to Samuel, a prophet who shifted Israel's destiny. Jesus' crushing released salvation for the entire world. Crushing always precedes glory. Perhaps you are in your Gethsemane now. Perhaps you are surrounded by the weight of unanswered questions. Perhaps you feel pressed on every side. But beloved, even now, the oil is flowing. Every hidden yes you whispered when no one was watching. Every time you refused to give up, though your soul was weary. Every moment you chose faith instead of despair. All of it has been heaven's press, releasing what is eternal inside of you. Do not envy those who seem untouched by crushing. Their lives may look easier, but their fragrance will not linger. Oil only comes through pressure, and though the crushing feels unfair, it is in fact divine favor. For God only presses those He intends to pour out. Beloved, take courage in this. Crushing does not last forever. It has a season, an appointed time, and when it ends, you will not emerge empty. You will rise carrying power that could not be manufactured any other way. Authority is born in the crushing. Compassion is born in the crushing. Wisdom is born in the crushing. And when the season shifts, you will pour out what others desperately need, and they will marvel at the fragrance of your life. Even now, heaven is preparing to use your pain as someone else's healing. Your scars will become roadmaps for others. Your tears will become rivers that refresh the weary. Your testimony will become prophecy for those still in darkness. The crushing you endured was never just about you. It was about what God would release through you. Do not forget, diamonds are formed under pressure. Pearls are formed through irritation. Gold is refined in fire. Every treasure of heaven is born through struggle. And you, chosen one, are heaven's treasure. The crushing is simply revealing your value. Remember the words of Jesus. Unless a grain of wheat falls into the ground and dies, it remains alone. But if it dies, it produces much fruit. Your seasons of dying to self, of letting go of dreams, of surrendering your will, these have not been wasted. They have been planting, and the fruit is about to be seen. Beloved, lift your head. Do not interpret your crushing as failure. Interpret it as birthing. Something is being born in you that is far greater than the pain you have endured. Every sigh of your soul has been recorded. Every tear has been collected in a bottle. Every moment you felt unseen has been noted in heaven's scroll. Nothing has been wasted. The oil is almost ready. You are not just surviving crushing, you are becoming anointed by it. And when the fragrance of that oil is released, doors will open, chains will break, and destinies will shift. You will understand, in hindsight, why the pressing was necessary. The crushing did not come to destroy you, it came to define you. Beloved chosen one, take courage. Heaven is closer to you in your brokenness than you realize. And though it feels heavy now, remember this: after crushing comes pouring. After pressing comes release. And when your oil begins to flow, the very places that once broke you will be the first to be healed by what you carry. Chosen one, you have walked through crushing, and you have seen how heaven transforms pain into oil. But there is something even greater, waiting beyond the pressings of life: the crown. It is not an ordinary crown, not one made of gold or adorned with jewels that fade. It is a crown that cannot tarnish, one forged in eternity, reserved only for those who remain faithful through the fire. Your crown is the sign of your inheritance, the emblem of your destiny, the seal of your victory. Do not be deceived. This crown is not given cheaply. It cannot be bought. It cannot be stolen. It cannot be handed down by men. It is earned through obedience, perseverance, and faith that refuses to bow even when tested. Others may chase crowns of this world, titles, riches, applause, fleeting pleasures, but those crowns will one day be dust. Yours is different. Yours has been preserved in heaven's treasury. Waiting for the moment you step fully into the role that was written for you. But if your crown cannot be stolen, why has it felt delayed? Why has the journey been filled with so much distraction? So many diversions, so many temptations trying to pull you away from your path. Because though your crown cannot be taken, it can be delayed if you place it aside. The enemy cannot erase what God has written, but he tries to convince you to trade it for lesser things. How many times have you been offered shortcuts, temptations, or counterfeit blessings that looked easier than the narrow road. Those were attempts to lure you from your crown. Beloved, look at Jesus. When he was in the wilderness, the enemy showed him the kingdoms of the world and said, "All this I will give you if you bow down and worship me." What was Satan really offering? A counterfeit crown, a throne without the cross, glory without suffering. But Jesus refused, because he knew that true crowns cannot be handed by darkness. They are bestowed only by the Father. And so he endured. And because he endured, he received the name above every name. This is the same battle you face. The world will whisper, "Take the easy way. Trade your integrity. Compromise your standards. Settle for comfort." But every time you resist, every time you choose righteousness over compromise, you are guarding your crown. Every time you refuse distraction and stay focused on your assignment, you are polishing the jewel that waits for you. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 9, verse 25, everyone who competes in the games goes into strict training. They do it to get a crown that will not last. But we do it to get a crown that will last forever. Do you see it? Beloved, others are running for prizes that fade, but you are running for one that cannot perish. Your discipline, your endurance, your sacrifices, they are not in vain. They are training you for a crown, eternal. Perhaps you have felt weary in this race. Perhaps you have wondered if the crown is even worth it, when the cost feels so high. But consider this: the crown is not only your reward in eternity, it is also your authority in the present. When you carry the crown, you walk with a confidence that no accusation can shatter. You stand with a dignity that no rejection can strip. You speak with a voice that carries the weight of heaven. Even now, heaven is shaping you into one who will not just wear the crown, but carry its authority on earth. This is why your battles have been relentless. Crowns are not placed on heads that refuse responsibility. They are given to those who endure the process of refinement. You have been pressed, purified, trained, disciplined not to punish you, but to prepare you for rulership. A crown without process would crush you, but a crown received after fire will fit you perfectly. Beloved, chosen one, let your heart not grow faint. The crown awaits. Though delayed, it cannot be denied. It carries your name, written in heaven's ink, guarded by angels, shining with the glory of promises fulfilled. And when it rests upon your head, everything you endured will make sense. The loneliness, the crushing, the betrayals, the unseen battles, they will all bow before the weight of the glory now revealed. But even now, though you may not yet wear it visibly, your spirit is crowned. Heaven already sees you as royalty. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are walking the path of kings and queens. You may still feel ordinary, but your crown is proof that you were never meant to live small. Your thoughts, your words, your actions, they are being shaped into the likeness of one who wears eternal glory. Guard your crown. Beloved, do not let compromise steal your focus. Do not let distraction delay your destiny. Do not let the voices of this world convince you to trade eternal glory for temporary gain. You are chosen for something greater. You are destined for a throne that cannot be shaken. And your crown, though unseen, is closer than you realize. Take heart. Chosen one, you have endured the pressing. You are overcoming the battles. And soon, you will stand not as a weary survivor, but as one crowned with authority, shining as proof that God's promises never fail. Hold on, for the crown awaits, and it is more radiant than you can imagine. Chosen one, the crown awaits you. But every crown requires obedience. Your destiny is not unlocked by chance, but by choices daily. Simple, sometimes costly choices that reveal where your allegiance lies. The Spirit has been whispering, the signs have been guiding. But now the question stands before you: will you obey? Obedience is not always dramatic. Sometimes it looks like walking away from a conversation that stirs gossip. Sometimes it looks like turning down an opportunity that seems good, but does not align with your spirit. Sometimes it looks like forgiving someone who wounded you deeply. Other times, it looks like speaking when you would rather stay silent. Obedience is not about convenience, it is about surrender. It is the daily declaration, not my will, but yours be done. Yet obedience is the dividing line between destiny fulfilled and destiny delayed. Many are called, but few are chosen. Why? Not because God is unfair, but because few are willing to surrender consistently. Prophecy may reveal what is possible, but obedience determines whether you walk into it. Heaven has already written victory in your script, but your choices decide whether you step onto the stage. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 7, verse 23. Obey my voice. I'll be your God. You'll be my people. Walk in my way. It will be well. Do you see the connection? Obedience is not a chain. It is the key that unlocks. It may be well with you. Every act of obedience places you under the shelter of His promise. Every yes you whisper becomes a seed of future harvest. Beloved, let us be honest. Obedience is often hardest when silence surrounds you. It is easy to obey when blessings flow, when signs are clear, when encouragement abounds. But what about when prayers seem unanswered? What about when others mock your faith? What about when the Spirit leads you to take a step that makes no sense? Those are the crucible moments, the testing grounds where heaven watches closely. Will you trust? Even when you do not understand, consider Abraham, climbing the mountain with Isaac. Every step must have torn his heart, yet he kept walking. Why? Because obedience was greater than understanding. And in that place of surrender, heaven intervened. The ram was revealed. Provision was unlocked. Obedience turned the mountain of testing into the mountain of blessing. Your life holds similar mountains. God may ask for what feels costly: your comfort, your plans, even relationships that once felt secure. But beloved, every altar of obedience becomes a doorway of provision. The crown you are destined to wear is shaped not in ease, but in surrender. Perhaps the Spirit has been tugging at your heart even now. Perhaps you know the step you have been delaying, the habit you have refused to release, the word you have been hesitant to speak. This is not condemnation, it is invitation. God does not expose your hesitation to shame you, but to draw you deeper into destiny. He knows what obedience will unlock for you, and He longs to see you walk in fullness. Beloved, let me remind you, partial obedience is still disobedience. To delay is to risk. To ignore is to harden your heart. The Spirit is gentle, but if His voice is continually resisted, it grows faint. That is why today matters. That is why your response cannot wait for a more convenient time. Destiny hangs on obedience. And here, right now, I ask you to seal your agreement. Write in the comments, "I will obey." Just 3 words, but they carry eternal weight. When you write them, you are not speaking to me, you are speaking to heaven. You are declaring, "Lord, I choose surrender. I choose alignment. I choose to step into what you have prepared." 1. Why is this so powerful? Because agreement on earth invites acceleration from heaven. Angels move at the sound of obedience. Chains loosen when you declare surrender. And by writing, "I will obey," you are creating a public altar, a statement of faith that darkness cannot silence. Do not underestimate it. Throughout Scripture, small acts of obedience opened mighty doors. Moses lifted his staff, and seas parted. Joshua marched around walls, and Jericho crumbled. A widow poured oil into jars, and debt dissolved. None of these acts made sense in the natural, but everyone carried supernatural results. In the same way, your obedience today, even in this simple declaration, sets the stage for miracles tomorrow. Beloved, you may not feel strong enough. You may wonder if you can endure the cost. But remember, obedience is not about your strength. It is about God's. When you yield, His Spirit empowers you. When you surrender, His grace carries you. When you choose to obey, heaven backs your step. Do not fear what obedience will cost. Fear what disobedience will steal. Delay can cost years. Resistance can cost peace. Refusal can cost destiny. But obedience, though it may cost in the moment, always multiplies in the end. It brings joy that sorrow cannot shake, strength that weakness cannot steal, victory that defeat cannot overshadow. Chosen one. The voice of obedience is calling. The time of hesitation is over. The crown awaits. But the crown is reserved for those who bow first. You cannot reign until you surrender. You cannot carry authority until you yield to authority. And today, heaven is asking you, will you obey? Let your heart rise with courage. Let your spirit respond with surrender. And let your lips declare with faith, "I will obey." These 3 words may seem small, but in them lies the key to breakthrough. Write them, believe them, live them, and watch as obedience opens doors no man can shut. Chosen one. The path of obedience has brought you here, standing before doors that once seemed sealed shut. These are not ordinary doors, they are destiny doors. For years, you may have knocked, prayed, cried, and wondered if heaven heard you. You watched others step into opportunities while you were left in waiting. But now, the season shifts. What man tried to close? What darkness tried to block? Heaven is unlocking before your very eyes. These destiny doors are not like the doors of men. When men open doors, they can also shut them. When men give opportunities, they can also take them away. But when heaven opens a door, no one, not even the strongest opposition, can close it. The doors set before you are permanent. They are ordained. They are written into your story, waiting for the moment you were prepared to walk through. Consider the years of Joseph, forgotten, in prison, misunderstood by brothers, falsely accused, and confined in chains. It looked as if every door was locked against him. But the moment came when Pharaoh's summons opened a door no one could close. In a single day, Joseph walked from the dungeon to the palace. That is the nature of destiny doors. They do not simply open, they catapult you into a new dimension. Scripture says in the Gospel of John, chapter 10, verse 9, I am the door. Enter through me. You will be saved. Go in and out. Find pasture. Do you see it? Destiny doors are not just opportunities, they are encounters with Christ Himself. When He is the door, you are not stepping into chance, you are stepping into divine safety, divine provision, and divine alignment. Every door you enter through Him becomes pasture, a place of flourishing and rest. Beloved, some of the doors you thought were locked were never yours to open. God was protecting you, not punishing you. He knew that certain places would have drained you. Certain relationships would have destroyed you. Certain opportunities would have suffocated your spirit. He allowed those doors to remain shut because your crown, your oil, your prophecy demanded better. Now, the right doors are swinging wide, doors you could never have forced. Doors no enemy can block. Doors only heaven could unlock. You may feel unworthy, but let me remind you, destiny doors are not about worthiness, they are about assignment. Heaven does not open doors because you earned them. Heaven opens them because you are chosen. That is why you cannot boast. But you also cannot doubt. If the door opens, it is because heaven has decreed. It is your time. And do not fear. Beloved, if the door looks bigger than your ability, that is the proof it is from God. If you could handle it on your own, it would not be destiny. Destiny doors always stretch you beyond your comfort, because they were designed to showcase God's strength, not yours. Step through, trembling if you must, but step through. For the moment you cross the threshold, you will discover new authority, new resources, new boldness waiting on the other side. Beloved chosen one, let me pause here to speak sincerely. If these words are striking your spirit, if you feel heaven unlocking something inside you, then do not keep it to yourself. Share this message with someone who is standing at their own threshold. Your obedience to share may be the spark that encourages them to walk through their door. Like this message, not for vanity's sake, but as a sign of agreement that you, too, are stepping into destiny. And if you have not already, subscribe so you can continue walking hand in hand with the stream of prophetic words heaven is releasing. This is not noise, this is nourishment for your journey. Staying connected ensures you never miss the next key heaven places in your hand. Beloved, picture it now. Doors of reconciliation with family, doors of opportunity in places you once felt shut out of, doors of healing in areas where you once carried shame, doors of influence where your voice will echo farther than you imagined. Destiny doors are not random, they are tailor-made for your assignment. Each one carries a purpose, a connection, a harvest. But be wise, not every open door is divine. Some are distractions dressed as opportunities. That is why discernment is essential. How do you know the difference? Look at the fruit. Does the door lead you closer to Christ or farther away? Does it align with your calling or dilute it? Does it bring peace, even if it stretches you, or does it carry confusion and compromise? Remember, the enemy offers doors too, but his doors lead to detours. Heaven's doors may challenge you, but they always align with truth. Chosen one, lift your eyes in faith. You are not wandering aimlessly. You are walking toward doors that were designed for you before time began. Every no you endured, every season of waiting, every crushing moment has been preparing you to handle what waits on the other side. The weight of your crown, the flow of your oil, the power of your prophecy, it all connects here. At the doorway of destiny. Do not shrink back now. The handles are turning. The hinges are swinging. The path is clearing. Heaven is saying, come forth. Step in. The time of delay is over. This is your moment. The dungeon could not hold you. The betrayal could not break you. The waiting could not waste you. You have been preserved for this exact threshold. Step forward. Beloved, walk boldly. And as you cross into the next chapter, know this. Destiny doors do not just change your scenery, they change your identity. You will no longer be the one who almost made it. You will be the one who did. You will no longer be the one waiting, you will be the one walking. The door is open. Heaven has decreed it. And you, God's chosen one, are about to step through. Chosen one. You have walked through the pressing. You have guarded your crown. And you have stepped up to doors only heaven could open. But perhaps, in the silence of your soul, you have asked, why did I have to walk alone? Why did I face isolation while others lived surrounded by comfort? Why did my road feel narrow, hidden, and misunderstood? The answer is this: your wilderness was never punishment. It was preparation. The wilderness is a place of stripping, a place where distractions fall away, where voices are silenced, and where the only sound that remains is the whisper of God. It is a place where appetites are tested, motives are revealed, and identities are forged. No chosen one has ever stepped into destiny without first walking through wilderness. It is not the end of your story. It is the classroom where destiny begins. Consider Israel, brought out of Egypt by a mighty hand. They expected to step immediately into the promised land, yet the wilderness stretched before them. Why? Because freedom from chains is not enough. Hearts must also be trained for promise. In Egypt, they were slaves. But in Canaan, they would be rulers. And rulers cannot think like slaves. The wilderness was not designed to break them, but to transform them. So it is with you. You were pulled out of old chains, addictions, rejections, fears, patterns that once bound your steps. But freedom alone was not enough. Your spirit needed reshaping. Your mind needed renewal. Your faith needed stretching. The wilderness has been heaven's furnace, teaching you to rely not on men, not on systems, not even on yourself, but on the living God who called you. The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 8, verse 2, remember how the Lord your God led you all the way in the wilderness these 40 years, to humble and test you in order to know what was in your heart, whether or not you would keep his commands. Do you see? Beloved, the wilderness is a proving ground. It reveals what lies within and prepares you for what lies ahead. You may have cursed your wilderness seasons, calling them barren, empty, or wasted, but heaven sees them differently. In the wilderness, you learned to pray when no one was listening. You learned to stand when no one was clapping. You learned to believe when nothing made sense. You learned to find God not in noise, but in silence. These lessons could never be taught in comfort. They had to be forged in solitude. Beloved, Do not despise the wilderness. It is where Moses met the burning bush. It is where David composed psalms that still echo through ages. It is where John the Baptist's voice thundered repentance in preparation for Christ. And it is where Jesus himself was tested, fasting 40 days and overcoming every temptation. The wilderness births voices that shake nations. It is the womb of prophets, the training ground of kings, the classroom of apostles. Yes, the wilderness is lonely. Friends might not understand. Family may turn away. Doors may seem locked. Provision may appear scarce. But it is in that place that manna falls from heaven. It is in that place that water flows from rocks. It is in that place that God proves he is enough. In the wilderness, you discover that man does not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. Chosen one. Reflect on your own wilderness, the moments when prayers felt unanswered, yet you discovered a new depth of intimacy. The times you had little, yet you never lacked. The days you thought you were forgotten, yet heaven was writing your story. Those wilderness years were not wasted, they were woven into your becoming. Even now, you may feel like you are still wandering. But remember this, wilderness always has an exit. It is never permanent. It is a passage, not a prison. And the longer the wilderness, the greater the promise on the other side. Do not mistake delay for denial. You are not stuck, you are being strengthened. There is a peculiar beauty in wilderness seasons. While others chase noise, you are learning silence. While others depend on crowds, you are learning solitude. While others cling to resources, you are learning reliance on God. These are treasures that will anchor you when storms rise in the future. They are invisible jewels hidden in the desert, preparing you to reign when the time comes. Beloved, the wilderness has also refined your desires. What you thought you needed, you discovered you could live without. What you thought would satisfy, you realized was empty. In the silence, your hunger shifted from things of earth to things of heaven. You began to crave his presence more than applause, his voice more than validation, his will more than comfort. That is the gift of the wilderness. It turns empty souls into vessels of glory. So, do not resent the seasons of wandering. Thank them. Honor them. For they made you who you are. They stripped you of false identities, shallow comforts, and empty pursuits. They carved you into a vessel heaven could trust with authority. Without the wilderness, the crown would crush you. With it, you can carry glory without losing yourself. Below, chosen one, lift your head. What felt like exile was preparation. What felt like silence was training. What felt like delay was alignment. Your wilderness has been long, but it has not been in vain. Heaven has been shaping you, humbling you, strengthening you, and when the time comes, you will walk out of the wilderness clothed with power, carrying oil, ready for the doors that await you. Your wilderness has not been wasted. It has been holy. And one day soon, you will look back on it not with bitterness, but with gratitude, for you will see that without the wilderness, you would not be ready for the promise. Without the desert, you would not treasure the river. Without the silence, you would not recognize his voice in the storm. Hold steady. Beloved, the wilderness is temporary, but its lessons are eternal. You are being prepared for promise, and promise is closer than you think. Chosen one, You have seen the oil flow from your crushing. You have glimpsed the crown awaiting you. And you have stood before doors that only heaven could unlock. But now comes a moment of prophetic action. Heaven is asking not just for your listening, but for your agreement. For prophecy does not manifest without response. When God speaks, His chosen ones must echo it in faith. Throughout Scripture, God often required His people to take a step that sealed their faith. Noah built an ark, though no rain had fallen. Moses stretched his staff, though the sea had not yet parted. Israel marched around Jericho, though the walls still stood tall. Elijah poured water on the altar before fire descended. Each of these actions looked strange, even foolish, in the eyes of men, but in heaven's realm, they were prophetic acts, keys that unlocked miracles. So, it is with you now. Heaven has released prophecy after prophecy over your life. You have been told you are chosen, marked, preserved, crowned. You have been shown that destiny doors stand open before you. But the Spirit says, respond. Seal your faith with an act. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 8, verse 31 still echo today. If God is for us, who can be against us? Beloved, this is not just a statement, it is a weapon. When you declare it, you silence every whisper of fear. When you believe it, you cancel every lie of the enemy. And when you act on it, you step into alignment with heaven's decree. Here is the prophetic act set before you. Type the number 555 inches, the comments. This is not coincidence, this is covenant. The number 555 represents grace multiplied, divine favor extended beyond measure, and transformation that cannot be reversed. It is heaven's reminder that your steps are not merely human, but divinely empowered. Every door you walk through, every battle you endure, every crown you carry is covered by a flood of grace. Do not think lightly of this. When you type 555, you are not just writing digits on a screen. You are declaring before heaven and earth, I align with divine grace. I step into transformation. I believe that if God is for me, nothing can stand against me. Your comment becomes a public altar, a prophetic signature that says, this word is mine. I claim it. I receive it. I will walk in it. And let me remind you, grace is not weakness. Grace is empowerment. Grace is God giving you the ability to do what you could never do on your own. Grace lifted Peter from shame after denial and turned him into a fearless preacher. Grace transformed Saul, the persecutor, into Paul the apostle. Grace sustained Paul through thorn and storm, declaring, my strength is made perfect in weakness. That same grace now rests upon you, multiplying, expanding, overflowing. Beloved, you may have thought your mistakes disqualified you. You may have feared that your failures cancelled your calling, but the number 555 speaks a different story. Grace rewrites endings. Grace restores what was lost. Grace turns ashes into beauty, mourning into dancing, despair into praise. Your past cannot stop what heaven has decreed. Grace has the final word, and grace is speaking over you now. Consider how many times you were preserved when destruction was near. Accidents missed you. Sickness passed over you. Opportunities you thought were gone returned in better form. Why? Because grace was guarding you. You are not standing here by your own strength. You are standing because heaven's grace refused to let you fall. Now, chosen one, it is time to embrace this grace fully. No more half-believing. No more doubting whether you are worthy. Grace says you are covered. Grace says you are enough. Grace says you are chosen not because of perfection, but because of divine selection. And when you type 555, you are stepping into this reality with boldness. Do not underestimate the power of symbolic numbers. Prophetic people throughout history have responded with acts that seemed small but carried eternal weight. Your declaration of 55, the 5th of May, feel like 3 simple digits. But in the unseen realm, it is a thunderous agreement. Angels mark it. Heaven records it. Darkness fears it, because it signifies a chosen one who has aligned with grace. A chosen one who cannot be shaken. A chosen one who is stepping into breakthrough. Beloved, pause and let this sink in. Grace has already gone ahead of you. The doors you are about to walk through are drenched in grace. The battles you are about to face are already overshadowed by victory. The crown awaiting you is not heavy with burden, but light with glory. Because grace carries the weight. Your prophetic act today is simple but profound. Type 555. And as you do, imagine chains falling. Imagine fear dissolving. Imagine heaviness lifting. For grace is not just a covering, it is a river. And when you align with it, the river floods every dry place in your life. Chosen one, this is your moment. Respond not with hesitation, but with faith. Heaven is watching. Angels are ready. The Spirit is stirring. The prophecy is waiting for your echo. Let your voice rise. Let your fingers type. Let your heart agree. Write it boldly. 555. And as you do, may heaven's flood of grace overtake every shadow, every fear, every delay. May your life become a testimony that no weapon, no darkness, no failure can stand against one who walks in multiplied grace. Chosen one. The wilderness has refined you, but there is more to your story. For heaven has not only chosen you for your own sake, it has chosen you as a breaker of chains. The weight you have carried, the struggles you have endured, the battles you have fought were never just about you. They were about generations. You are the one God has raised to end cycles that have bound your bloodline for years. Look honestly at your family history. Patterns have repeated, haven't they? Perhaps it was cycles of poverty, cycles of broken relationships, cycles of addiction, or cycles of fear. Some of these chains were forged long before you were born, passed down like invisible inheritance. You did not ask for them, yet you felt their weight. You may have watched your parents wrestle with them, your grandparents endure them, your siblings repeat them, and at times you feared you were destined to live the same story. But beloved, that is why God marked you. You are not here to repeat the pattern, you are here to break it. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, Exodus, chapter 20, verse 6, but showing steadfast love to thousands of those who love me and keep my commandments. Do you see it? God does not leave families bound forever. He raises one who will love him, one who will obey, one who will stand in the gap. And through that one, mercy flows not just to them, but to generations. That one, beloved, is you. Think of Abraham. His father was an idol worshipper, yet Abraham was called out to walk with the living God. From him came nations, kings, promises fulfilled. Think of Gideon, hiding in fear, yet chosen to break the family's altar to Baal and raise a new altar to the Lord. Think of Ruth, whose people were cursed Moabites, yet through her obedience she became part of the lineage of David and ultimately of Christ. In each case, one person broke the chain and rewrote the family's destiny. You, chosen one, carry that same authority. The prayers you pray, the choices you make, the obedience you walk in, they are not just for you. They are dismantling altars built generations ago. They are tearing down curses spoken long before your birth. They are shifting the trajectory of your children, your grandchildren, and those yet unborn. Perhaps you have felt the battle more intensely than others in your family. Perhaps you wondered why you carried weight they never seemed to notice. This is why. The enemy knows you are the chain breaker. He targeted you because he feared you. He tried to wear you down so you would give up before you realized your authority. But you are still here, and that alone is victory. Every morning you rise. You prove that the curse has lost its grip. Beloved, breaking chains is not easy. Sometimes it means confronting painful truths about your family history. Sometimes it means refusing to repeat what was modeled before you. Sometimes it means making hard decisions that others will not understand. But heaven gives you strength. You are not fighting alone. The Spirit of God is with you, empowering you to break what seemed unbreakable. Do not underestimate the quiet power of your obedience. When you choose forgiveness instead of bitterness, you cut off the root of generational anger. When you choose purity over compromise, you sever cycles of hidden shame. When you choose faithfulness in little things, you uproot seeds of dishonesty. Every choice is a hammer striking at chains. Every step, a declaration that this cycle ends with me. Beloved, imagine your children and grandchildren walking free from battles that tormented you. Imagine them not even knowing the chains that once bound your family because you already shattered them. Imagine your family line marked not by curses, but by blessings. Not by shame, but by glory. That is what heaven is doing through you. And even if you feel like you are the weakest, the least likely, the most unqualified, remember Gideon. He protested, "My family is the weakest, and I am the least in my father's house." Yet God called him a mighty warrior and used him to deliver a nation. It is not about your strength, it is about His. It is not about your qualifications, it is about your willingness. And you, beloved, have been chosen because you carry a heart that heaven can trust. Breaking chains does not mean erasing your family story. It means redeeming it. What was once marked by failure becomes a testimony of God's faithfulness. What was once marked by brokenness becomes a display of His restoration. What was once marked by despair becomes a song of hope. You will not despise your past, for you will see how every scar became proof of the chains falling. Beloved chosen one, take courage. You are not just surviving, you are shifting history. You are not just enduring, you are establishing legacy. You are not just walking alone, you are carrying generations with you. Every prayer, every tear, every act of faith is echoing beyond your lifetime. The chains that tormented your ancestors will not touch your descendants. because you chose to stand. Lift your head. Chain breaker. The burden you feel is holy. The fight you are in is sacred. And the victory you will see will not only be yours, it will belong to every life connected to your bloodline. This is why you were chosen. This is why you were marked, not just to live blessed, but to release blessing into the veins of generations. Your wilderness prepared you for this moment. Your crushing produced the oil. Your obedience guarded the crown. And now, with authority rising in your spirit, you will swing the hammer of heaven and shatter chains that have stood for centuries. The enemy's grip ends here. The cycle breaks here. The curse stops here. Beloved, take your stand. Lift your voice. Walk in authority. For you are not only chosen, you are appointed to be the chain breaker of your generation. And heaven rejoices, because history itself will testify that when you rose, the chains fell. Chosen one. Now that you see the truth of your assignment as a breaker of chains, you must also understand the reinforcements that surround you. For heaven has not left you to fight this war in your own strength, invisible to natural eyes, but undeniable in spirit. Angels are on assignment concerning you. They move at the command of the Most High, dispatched with purpose, carrying the weight of heaven's authority. Perhaps you have sensed them before in sudden peace during chaos, in inexplicable protection during danger, in strength rising within you when your body should have collapsed. These were not accidents. They were angelic interventions, unseen yet undeniable. Heaven's warriors have been walking beside you, shielding, guiding, and warring on your behalf. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, "For he will command his angels concerning you to guard you in all your ways." This is not poetry alone, it is a promise. The God who chose you also commands his heavenly hosts to defend you. You may feel surrounded by enemies, but in truth, you are encircled by legions of light. Think of Elisha and his servant in the city of Dothan. The servant trembled at the sight of enemy armies surrounding them. But Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, that he may see." And when the servant's eyes were opened, he beheld the hills filled with horses and chariots of fire. So it is with you, beloved. What looks like isolation is in fact divine company. You are never alone, for the armies of heaven stand watch. Angels are not mere symbols. They are active participants in the unfolding of prophecy. They deliver messages, like Gabriel to Mary. They protect the faithful, like the angel who shut the lions' mouths for Daniel. They war against darkness, like Michael, who contended in the unseen realm, and they minister strength, as they did to Jesus in Gethsemane. If even the Son of God was strengthened by angelic presence, how much more will they be sent to sustain you, beloved? Consider the moments you narrowly escaped harm, the near accidents where disaster was inches away, yet you walked away unharmed, the illnesses that could have taken your life but did not, the sudden promptings to delay your steps, change your route, or pause just long enough to avoid danger. These were not coincidences. They were angelic assignments, carrying out heaven's command to guard you in all your ways. The presence of angels also testifies of the weight of your calling. Ordinary lives do not require extraordinary protection, but chosen honest though. The greater the mantle, the greater the warfare, and the greater the warfare, the greater the reinforcements heaven releases. You may not see them with your eyes, but their presence is as real as the air you breathe. There are moments when you may feel overwhelmed, convinced that darkness is closing in. In those moments, remember this truth: the armies of heaven always outnumber the forces of hell. Satan fell with 1/3 of the angels, but 2/3 remained faithful. For every demon assigned to oppose you, there are twice as many angels assigned to protect and empower you. The odds are not against you. They are overwhelmingly in your favor. Angels also respond to the word of God, declared through your lips. When you speak scripture, when you lift prayers, when you declare faith instead of fear, angels move. They are not servants of your will, but they are activated by God's word flowing through your voice. This is why your declarations matter. Heaven hears, and the unseen armies respond. Beloved, chosen one, your journey has been marked not only by your perseverance, but also by divine assistance. Every step you take, you walk with escorts of light. Every battle you face, you fight alongside heavenly hosts. You may feel small in the natural, but in the spirit, you are surrounded by greatness. And know this: angels are not only protectors, they are also carriers of provision. In the wilderness, an angel brought food and water to Elijah when his strength failed. In prison, an angel struck Peter awake and led him past locked gates into freedom. Provision and deliverance are not abstract ideas. They are assignments carried out by heaven's messengers. What you cannot reach, they deliver. What you cannot break, they shatter. What you cannot see, they reveal. Beloved, lift your eyes and let faith paint the unseen picture. When you kneel in prayer, angels surround you. When you rise in courage, they march with you. When you weep in silence, they strengthen you. When you stand in battle, they shield you. You are never alone, not for a moment, not for a breath. But let this truth also stir reverence. Angels are mighty, but they are not your focus. They serve the one who sits on the throne. They do not come to glorify themselves, but to glorify the God who sent them. Do not worship them. Honor their presence by honoring the God who commands them, for it is His love for you, His covenant with you, that has assigned them to your life. Beloved, the reality of angelic presence should fill you with courage. You do not walk as a fragile soul in a hostile world. You walk as one escorted by heaven. You carry authority not only because of who you are, but because of who walks with you. Darkness may roar, but it cannot prevail, for the armies of light have already surrounded you. So rise with confidence, chosen one. When fear whispers, remember the chariots of fire. When doubt presses, recall the promise of Psalm 91. When loneliness lingers, remind yourself that unseen warriors stand at your side. You are not abandoned. You are not defenseless. You are accompanied, guarded, and empowered by heaven's host. And though you may not always see them, their presence is undeniable. For the very fact that you are still here breathing, believing, pressing forward is proof enough that angels have been on assignment in your story. Chosen one, you have seen the armies of heaven encamp around you, guarding your destiny with unshakable strength. But now, the Spirit compels me to speak with urgency. This is not a word for casual listening. This is a final warning, a holy moment that separates the wavering from the faithful. For you are standing at a threshold where decisions cannot be delayed, where hesitation can cost dearly, and where rebellion can shut doors that mercy once kept open. The path of destiny is narrow, and the line between obedience and resistance is thinner than you realize. One step in surrender leads to breakthrough. One step in rebellion leads to blindness. This is why the Spirit is stirring now with urgency, calling you to attention. Heaven's patience is long, but not endless. Grace is abundant, but not to be trampled. You must decide whom you will serve, and you must decide now. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long waver between? If the Lord is God, follow him. If Baal is God, follow him. This same cry echoes to your spirit today. The days of wavering are over. Heaven demands clarity. You cannot walk with one foot in the kingdom and one foot in the world. You cannot keep delaying, excusing, or softening what God has clearly spoken. Beloved, you must understand the seriousness of this moment. Every time you resist obedience, your heart hardens just a little more. Every time you postpone surrender, your ears grow duller to the Spirit's whisper. And the danger is not that God stops speaking, it is that you lose the ability to hear him. What greater tragedy could there be than for mercy to step back because your heart no longer responds? Do not deceive yourself with thoughts of tomorrow. Tomorrow is not promised. Destiny is not unlocked in vague intentions, it is unlocked in decisive action. Heaven is calling now. The Spirit is stirring now. Your response cannot wait. For one rebellion, too many can lead to blindness, and blindness leads to bondage. You are chosen, but you must also choose. Beloved, this warning is not spoken in anger, but in love. God is not seeking to condemn you. He is seeking to awaken you. The reason he warns is because he sees what you cannot. He knows the traps set for you. He knows the consequences of compromise. He knows the heartbreak of disobedience. And because he loves you too much to watch you drift, he is thundering through this moment. Do not harden your heart. Do not delay your surrender. Choose this day whom you will serve. Perhaps even now you feel the tug of war in your spirit. Part of you wants to hold on to comfort, to old habits, to familiar sins. But another part of you is rising, desperate for holiness, desperate for freedom, desperate for the fullness of your destiny. This is the battle of your soul, beloved, and your decision in this moment will tip the scales. Do not forget, the enemy is subtle. He will not always present rebellion in obvious ways. Sometimes it looks like procrastination. Sometimes it looks like endless excuses. Sometimes it looks like almost obedience. But almost obedience is still disobedience. Half surrender is still rebellion. You cannot negotiate with heaven. The only response worthy of the call is full surrender. And let me say this clearly. Heaven is not interested in empty words. It is not enough to say, Lord, I will obey, while clinging to hidden idols. God is after your heart, your will, your life. He is after truth in the innermost parts. He does not want lip service. He wants transformation. He wants a chosen one who does not just hear warnings but responds to them with action. Beloved, if this word pierces you, it is mercy. Conviction is not condemnation. It is proof that the door of grace is still open. For the most dangerous place is not the place of trembling under conviction, it is the place of feeling nothing at all. If you still feel stirred, if tears still come, if your heart still burns, then rejoice. That is heaven pulling you closer, refusing to let you fall away. Now I speak to you plainly, do not let this warning pass. Do not let your heart grow dull. Respond while the Spirit is moving. Lift your eyes and remember the God who carried you through fire, who preserved you through storms, who shielded you when weapons formed. He has proven faithful. Will you now prove faithful to him? Beloved, chosen one. Pause and reflect. What doors have you left unopened because of hesitation? What assignments have you delayed because of fear? What habits have you clung to, though the Spirit told you to let go? This is the hour of reckoning. Surrender them now. Do not wait another day. And let this moment be a turning point. Write it in your heart. Declare it with your lips. Seal it with your actions. I choose obedience. I choose holiness. I choose the Lord. Then rise and walk in it. For every step you take in surrender will draw heaven's armies closer, will open destiny doors wider, will pour fresh oil upon your head. Beloved, I also want to speak with sincerity. If this word has reached you, if it has cut through the noise and touched your soul, then let your response ripple outward. Share this message not because it benefits me, but because someone you know is standing at the same threshold. They need this warning as much as you do. Like this message, not as a casual click, but as an act of agreement with heaven's call. And if you have not yet, subscribe, not for entertainment, but to remain aligned with the stream of words heaven is releasing in this hour. Staying connected keeps your spirit sharp, ready for what comes next. Do not treat this lightly. Chosen one, final warnings are rare. They are not given often, and they are not given without purpose. If heaven has paused to deliver this to you, it is because your next step is critical. Mercy is still present, but mercy is also watching to see your response. The choice is before you. Wavering ends here. Delay ends here. Compromise ends here. The Spirit is calling. Heaven is waiting. And your decision will echo through eternity. Chosen one, the final warning has sounded, and your spirit has been summoned to clarity. But heaven does not leave you trembling in fear. Where warnings echo, promises also rise. For after the wilderness, after the crushing, after the wrestling with obedience, God does not clothe his chosen ones in rags of shame. No, he wraps them in a mantle of fire. This mantle is not symbolic alone. It is a spiritual reality. It is the covering of heaven's authority, the visible sign of invisible power, the garment that terrifies principalities and declares to all realms that you belong to the King of Kings. A mantle is not just clothing. In Scripture, it represents the weight of calling, the transfer of authority, the empowerment to walk in divine assignment. Think of Elijah and Elisha. When Elijah was taken up, his mantle fell, and Elisha picked it up. The moment he carried it, he walked in double portion. The mantle marked him not only as a prophet, but as one with heaven's authority resting upon him. Beloved, you, too, are being clothed with a mantle. It is not of human origin. It does not come from titles or recognition. It comes directly from God's throne. This mantle is fire, not the fire that consumes in destruction, but the fire that purifies, empowers, and illuminates. It is the fire that burns away fear, the fire that refines courage, the fire that marks you as untouchable by darkness. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. God gave not fear, but power and love and a sound mind. This is the essence of the mantle of fire. When it rests on you, fear loses its grip. You walk not in timidity, but in power. You move not in bitterness, but in love. You think not in confusion, but in clarity. The mantle shapes your spirit until you no longer look like one tossed by storms, but like one who carries the stormbreaker himself. Beloved, perhaps you have already felt glimpses of this fire. Those moments when courage rose within you, though everything around you screamed, "Retreat." Those times when words flowed from your lips, carrying weight beyond your own understanding. Those nights when you prayed and felt an unseen force push back the darkness. That was the mantle at work, even before you recognized it. But now, heaven is not content with glimpses. The mantle of fire is descending fully, wrapping you completely. It is not for show, it is for warfare. For your journey ahead requires more than endurance. It requires authority. The crown speaks of your inheritance. The oil speaks of your anointing. But the mantle speaks of your authority to walk in both. Without the mantle, crowns and oil remain potential. With the mantle, they become reality. Beloved, let me tell you plainly, darkness fears the mantle. Demons do not tremble at titles, but they tremble at fire. Principalities do not flinch at appearances, but they flee at authority. When the mantle rests on you, your very presence disrupts the plans of hell. Rooms shift when you enter. Atmospheres change when you speak. Bondages break when you pray. Not because of you, but because of the one who clothed you. Yet carrying the mantle is weighty. It demands responsibility. Fire must be stewarded carefully. Mishandled fire can burn. Misused authority can corrupt. That is why your wilderness was necessary, why your crushing was essential, why your obedience has been tested. God does not release fire upon those unprepared. It refines first, then mantles. He strips away pride, then clothes in power. He tests motives, then entrusts authority. And now, beloved, after all you have endured, he sees you as one who can be trusted with fire. This mantle will also draw opposition. Elijah wore it, and kings trembled. Moses carried it, and Pharaoh resisted. Jesus bore it, and religious leaders plotted his death. Authority always provokes resistance. Do not be surprised when darkness rises as your mantle shines brighter. Resistance is not proof of failure. It is confirmation of authority. The greater the fire, the greater the battles it will attract, but also the greater the victories it will secure. Beloved, the mantle of fire will do 3 things in your life. First, it will refine you. It will burn away what still clings to you from old seasons, habits, fears, insecurities under the mantle's fire. They cannot remain. Second, it will empower you. You will find yourself speaking, acting, praying, and moving with strength that is not your own. Third, it will distinguish you. Others may try to imitate, But fire cannot be faked. The mantle will set you apart as undeniably chosen. Do not shrink from this weight. You were created for it. From birth, heaven prepared you for fire. Every rejection carved humility in you. Every crushing pressed out oil. Every wilderness built endurance. Every test of obedience purified your heart. And now, clothed in fire, you are not just surviving, you are advancing. Beloved, see yourself now with eyes of the Spirit, no longer cloaked in shame, but wrapped in fire, no longer bowed in fear, but standing with authority, no longer wandering in confusion, but walking with clarity. You are a carrier of divine flame. Where you go, darkness will scatter. What you touch, heaven will ignite. What you speak, fire will confirm. This is your mantle. This is your inheritance. This is your hour. And remember this, fire spreads. The mantle on you will ignite others, just as Elisha received from Elijah, just as Timothy drew from Paul. Others will rise because your fire burns. You will not carry this mantle only for yourself, but for those heaven will place in your path. You are becoming a torchbearer, passing flame into cold hearts, awakening other chosen ones to rise. Beloved chosen one, take courage. The mantle of fire rests upon you now. Steward it with reverence. Walk in it with boldness, and let it blaze so fiercely that generations after you will still feel its warmth. Chosen one, the mantle of fire rests on you, and with it comes a weight unlike anything you have carried before. Fire is not silent. It crackles. It consumes. It spreads. When this mantle settles, your voice can no longer remain hidden. Heaven has not mantled you with fire so you can whisper in the shadows. It has ignited you so your voice shakes realms, pierces atmospheres, and awakens those still asleep. There is a sound rising in you, a roar that has been waiting to be released. For years, you may have felt silenced, misunderstood, dismissed, or told to keep quiet. But silence was never your portion. You were not chosen to blend in or to be muted. You were chosen to declare, to prophesy, to speak words that carry weight beyond your own. The mantle of fire ensures that when you speak, the Spirit confirms it with power. Scripture says in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 20, "For it is not you who speak, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. This is the essence of your voice." Beloved, it is not merely human sound, it is heaven speaking through clay lips. Your voice becomes an instrument, tuned by fire, carrying frequencies that disrupt darkness and awaken hearts. Think of the prophets. When Jeremiah tried to stay silent, the word burned like fire in his bones until he could not hold it in. When Ezekiel opened his mouth, dry bones rattled, and life returned. When John cried in the wilderness, his words prepared the way for the Messiah. Their voices were not casual, they were catalytic. And yours, beloved, carries that same mantle. Your voice will not always sound loud in the natural, but it will thunder in the spirit. A prayer whispered in faith can shake atmospheres more than speeches shouted in pride. A word of encouragement released at the right moment can shift the course of someone's life. A prophetic declaration spoken in obedience can collapse walls that stood for years. Do not underestimate the power of your voice. Beloved, You may recall moments when you spoke without realizing the weight of your words. Perhaps you encouraged someone, and later they told you it kept them from despair. Perhaps you prayed, and days later, the very thing you asked for came to pass. Perhaps you declared truth, and though you felt small, it stirred hearts around you. Those were glimpses of the fire already alive in your voice. Now, with the mantle resting fully upon you, such moments will not be occasional, they will become your norm. But with this power comes responsibility. The same fire that ignites life can also consume recklessly if mishandled. That is why the wilderness trained your tongue in silence before fire was given. Heaven does not mantle those who speak carelessly. The chosen one learns restraint, learns to weigh words, learns to align speech with the heart of God. For when your voice carries fire, every word has impact. You must choose whether your words heal or wound, build or break, release light or fuel darkness. Beloved, the enemy knows the weight of your voice, which is why he fought so hard to silence it. He used shame to quiet you. He used rejection to mute you. He used fear to convince you your words had no worth. But every attempt has failed. The fire burns too strong. The mantle rests too firmly. And now, your voice rises, not in your own strength, but in the authority of heaven. Picture this. You enter a room where despair hangs heavy. Without fanfare, you speak a single sentence of hope, and suddenly, the air shifts. Or imagine praying quietly, and unseen chains begin to snap in the lives of those around you. This is not imagination. This is the reality of carrying a mantle of fire. When you open your mouth, heaven releases power. Do not hold back. Chosen one, your voice is not just for yourself, it is for others. There are souls waiting for your declaration, hearts waiting for your encouragement, atmospheres waiting for your shift. Silence will not serve them. Fire must speak. And remember, your voice is not limited to speech. It resounds in your writing, your art, your song, your presence. Every form of expression becomes prophetic when the Spirit breathes through it. Even your silence, when Spirit-led, can thunder louder than noise. The mantle ensures that everything flowing from you carries impact. Beloved, your voice is also warfare. Do not think of prophecy only as gentle whispers of comfort. Prophetic voices also tear down, uproot, and confront. When you declare truth, leaves collapse. When you speak light, darkness scatters. When you proclaim life, death loses ground. Your voice is a weapon, sharp as a sword, forged in fire, destined to cut chains and carve paths. But hear this, the world will not always welcome your sound. Truth unsettles those clinging to deception. Light irritates eyes, accustomed to shadows. Your voice may provoke opposition, misunderstanding, even hostility. But do not fear. Rejection is proof you are striking the right chords. If prophets before you were resisted, why should your voice be exempt? Stand firm. For though men may resist, heaven applauds. Though darkness may rage, light prevails. Beloved, let this truth ignite courage in you. Your voice carries legacy. Words spoken in obedience do not fade. They echo, they linger, they continue shaping long after you have moved on. Generations can be altered by one prophetic declaration. Nations can be stirred by one cry of truth. Do not measure the impact of your voice by immediate reactions. Trust that when fire speaks, it never returns void. So rise, chosen one. Shake off timidity. Break silence. Let your voice align with heaven, and watch as realms respond. Speak life over your family. Speak freedom over your bloodline. Speak destiny over your community. Speak light into darkness. The mantle of fire has made your words more than human. They are heavenly decrees. And when you feel small, remember this: it is not you who speaks, but the Spirit of your Father. You are the vessel, but He is the fire. You are the mouth, but He is the voice. Together, your sound becomes unstoppable. Beloved, the time of silence is over. The time of trembling in shadows is finished. Your mantle has ignited your voice, and now it must roar, not for pride, not for attention, but for destiny. For the earth is groaning, creation is waiting, and heaven is calling for chosen ones whose voices shake realms. You are one of them, and your voice will not be silenced again. Chosen one, the fire in your voice is rising, and heaven is aligning you with moments that carry weight beyond your own lifetime. But hear me clearly, prophecy does not just hover in the unseen. It demands alignment. Every word released from heaven waits for agreement on earth. Without agreement, it lingers. With agreement, it manifests. This is why the Spirit often leads chosen ones into prophetic acts, small steps of faith that open great doors of fulfillment. You have already glimpsed how obedience unlocks breakthrough, yet heaven presses further, inviting you into a covenant of alignment. Numbers, signs, whispers, and confirmations, they are not random. They are heaven's code, reminding you that the invisible is working on your behalf. And when you respond, you are not simply acknowledging the sign, you are partnering with it. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 18, verse 19, "Again I say to you, if two of you agree on earth about anything they ask, it will be done for them by my Father in heaven." This is the power of alignment. Agreement multiplies authority. When you align with heaven's decree, the Father himself ensures its fulfillment. Beloved, let this settle in your heart. Your agreement is not small. When you declare with faith, you release a sound that angels recognize and demons fear. When you respond with action, you signal to heaven that you are not a bystander, but a participant in destiny. This is why prophetic numbers carry significance. They are not superstition. They are symbols of alignment. They remind you that heaven is near, working even in the unseen. Now, I invite you into such an act. Type the number 888 inches, the comments below. Why 888? Because it is the number of new beginnings, of resurrection life, of stepping into what was once thought impossible. 7 represents completion, but 8 marks a new chapter beyond completion, a fresh season, a new creation, a turning of the page. When you write 888, you are not simply typing digits. You are declaring, Lord, I align with the new beginnings you have prepared for me. I step into resurrection life. I leave behind the old and embrace the new. Beloved, reflect for a moment. How many times have you felt cycles repeating patterns of delay? Familiar battles. The same walls rising again and again. That was the mark of the old season. But heaven is declaring over you, the cycle breaks here. The old chapter closes. A new one begins. That is what 888 symbolizes. It is not only a number, it is prophecy in motion. Think of Jesus on the third day. The tomb was sealed. Guards stood, watch, and death seemed final. Yet a resurrection came. What was impossible became reality. The grave could not hold him. That same resurrection power now stirs in you. Beloved, the season that felt like burial will be revealed as preparation for resurrection. You will rise from ashes with strength you did not know you carried. By writing 888, you are aligning with this resurrection truth. You are saying, I believe the dead places in my life will live again. I believe the doors long shut will open anew. I believe my destiny is not over. It is only beginning. Heaven hears that declaration, and the Spirit responds by breathing new life into what seemed finished. Beloved, do not dismiss the weight of this act. Remember Naaman, healed only when he obeyed the instruction to dip 7 times. Remember Israel, whose walls of Jericho fell only after 7 days of marching. The acts themselves looked small, but their obedience carried weight in the Spirit. In the same way, your simple obedience in typing 888 opens a prophetic doorway. And let me tell you, new beginnings do not always look dramatic. Sometimes they start quietly, like a seed breaking soil. You may not see the full harvest yet, but the shift begins immediately. The moment you align, the moment you declare, the moment you obey, the atmosphere shifts. Angels move. Doors begin to creak open. The ground begins to tremble beneath old cycles. Beloved chosen one, the Spirit is declaring over you, the old season is finished. The lessons have been learned. The crushing has produced oil. The wilderness has built endurance. The mantle has been released. And now, you step into the fresh chapter. 888 is heaven's signature over this moment, saying, it is done, it is new, walk in it. So let your heart rejoice. Even if your eyes have not yet seen the full manifestation, faith celebrates before sight. Lift your spirit, declare your alignment, and step boldly into the new. For the God who raised Christ from the grave is raising you from every place that once held you down. Beloved, this is your prophetic act today. Write it, declare it, believe it. 888. And as you do, let heaven record it as a covenant of new beginnings. For you are not bound to the old. You are chosen for the new, chosen one. As you step into new beginnings, heaven also unveils another layer of your journey, exposure of enemies hidden in plain sight. For though you have faced battles from the outside, some of the fiercest warfare has come not from strangers, but from those who walked close beside you. This is one of the most painful realities of being chosen. Betrayal often comes from familiar hands. Do not be surprised. Beloved, when those you trusted reveal themselves as Judas figures, do not be dismayed when those who once celebrated you begin to resent you, for the light you carry exposes shadows in others. The anointing upon your life provokes both admiration and envy, and those who cannot steward their own hearts may allow jealousy, bitterness, or fear to turn them against you. The Spirit spoke through the psalmist in Psalms. Chapter 41, verse 9. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. This verse pierces deeply because it reflects the pain of betrayal from the inner circle. And yet, beloved, it also reveals that you are not alone in this experience. Every chosen one walks through it. David knew it. Jesus knew it. And you, too, will face it. Consider Jesus. Judas was not a distant enemy. He was one of the 12. One who ate with him, traveled with him, witnessed miracles beside him. And yet, it was Judas who sold him for silver. Why? Because destiny always attracts opposition. And sometimes the enemy seeks to work through those closest to you. But take heart, betrayal never cancels prophecy. It only accelerates it. If Judas had not betrayed, the cross would not have been fulfilled. What the enemy meant for harm became the very path to glory. So it will be with you. Betrayals that once broke you will, in hindsight, be revealed as divine setups. The friend who walked away made room for new alignment. The confidant who turned against you forced you deeper into God's presence. The hidden enemy who plotted in secret unknowingly pushed you closer to your destiny. Their betrayal was painful, but it was also prophetic. Beloved, when enemies are exposed, the temptation is to retaliate. But hear me, vengeance is not your mantle. Fire is not given to burn people. It is given to confront darkness. Do not waste your energy fighting flesh. Your battle is not against them, but against the unseen forces that manipulated their hearts. Forgive them. Release them. Bless them if you can, but do not let bitterness take root. Bitterness chains you to the very betrayal God intended to free you from. Understand this: exposure is mercy. For as long as Judas hides, betrayal festers in secret. But when God exposes, He is protecting you from deeper wounds. He allows masks to slip, motives to surface, and true hearts to be revealed. Exposure hurts, but it saves. Better a painful truth than a comfortable lie. Beloved, think back. Have there been moments where words slipped? Where glances revealed more than was intended? Where actions betrayed hidden agendas? These were glimpses of exposure. God was showing you who was truly for you and who was only near you for what you carried. Learn to discern. Not everyone at your table is meant to walk with you into destiny. And yet, do not allow exposure to harden you. Do not build walls so thick that love cannot flow. For even Jesus, knowing Judas would betray, still washed his feet. He still broke bread with him. Why? Because love is not contingent on others' loyalty. Love flows because it is your nature, not their merit. And love keeps your heart pure, even when others' hearts are poisoned. Beloved, hear this clearly. Exposure is a promotion in disguise. When Judas left the table, Jesus declared, "Now the Son of Man is glorified." Sometimes glory cannot manifest until betrayal has played its part. Sometimes destiny cannot advance until false friends are removed. Exposure is not the end of your story. It is the clearing of the stage, so the true performance of destiny can begin. This season, God will reveal who is truly aligned with you. Some will surprise you with their faithfulness. Others will shock you with their betrayal. Do not cling to either too tightly. Trust that those who remain are meant to walk with you, and those who leave were never essential to your assignment. You are chosen, and your calling does not depend on the approval or loyalty of men. Remember Joseph. His brother's betrayal cut deep, yet their treachery placed him on the path to Egypt. Years later, he declared, "You meant it for evil, but God meant it for good." So too, your betrayers may intend harm, but heaven will repurpose it for good. What was spoken in secret against you will only amplify the testimony of God's protection over you. Beloved, take courage. Hidden enemies are not proof of failure, they are proof of favor. No one betrays what is worthless. Judas did not sell stones, he sold the priceless lamb. Betrayal reveals value. If the enemy stirs hearts against you, it is because he recognizes the treasure you carry. Let that truth comfort you. Your worth is undeniable, even to those who oppose you. And so, do not fear exposure. Welcome it. Pray for it. Ask God to reveal every hidden agenda, every false alliance, every Judas in disguise. For exposure is not cruelty, it is mercy. It is heaven ensuring that nothing and no one will hinder your next breakthrough. Beloved chosen one, stand firm. You will weep. Yes, you will feel the sting of betrayal. Yes, but you will also rise stronger, purer, wiser. And when you look back, you will see that every hidden enemy, once exposed, became a stepping stone into greater glory. Chosen one, the Judas spirit has been exposed, the hidden enemies revealed, and your steps guarded by angels. Now you stand at a critical juncture, the turning point. This moment is not ordinary. It carries the weight of decision, the sharpness of a crossroads, the urgency of destiny. You are standing where delay can cost years and obedience can accelerate lifetimes. Heaven has paused everything around you so you might hear this truth. The choice you make in this season will define the unfolding of your future. Do not take this lightly. Turning points are holy. They are the places where eternity bends into time, where prophecy demands fulfillment, where heaven leans close to see your response. You have prayed for breakthrough, asked for clarity, longed for direction, and now the Spirit whispers, "This is the hour. Choose rightly, and you will step into doors no man can shut. Resist, and the cycle will repeat until you are willing to obey." The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19, "This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live." Do you feel the weight of this? Choice carries consequence. To choose obedience is to choose life, not just for yourself, but for generations. To choose rebellion is to embrace death, not in body alone, but in purpose, in legacy, in inheritance. Beloved, the Spirit is pressing you now because destiny cannot be delayed forever. There are moments in history when God demands decision, when mercy extends its hand, one final time. When delay is no longer tolerated, you are standing in such a moment. This is your turning point. Perhaps you feel the tug of war within you, faith battling fear, surrender battling control, light battling shadows. That conflict is not weakness, it is evidence of the crossroads. Heaven has brought you here, not to shame you, but to empower you. For though the choice is yours, the strength to walk it out will be given by the Spirit. Consider Israel on the edge of the promised land. After years in the wilderness, they stood at a turning point. Would they trust God and enter, or shrink back in fear and wander another generation? 10 spies chose fear, but 2, Joshua and Caleb, chose faith. The nation listened to fear, and an entire generation perished outside their promise. Beloved, learn from their story. Fear will always offer you delay. Faith will always propel you forward. At this turning point, fear whispers safety. But destiny demande courage. And take comfort in this: the God who calls you to choose has already gone before you. The doors he opens cannot be shut. The paths he lays cannot be blocked. The grace he releases cannot be revoked. Your role is not to manufacture destiny, but to align with it. The turning point is not about striving. It is about surrender. Beloved, let me pause here and speak sincerely. If these words are resonating in your spirit, if you feel the fire of decision stirring in your heart, then I urge you, do not let this moment pass unnoticed. Share this message with someone standing at their own crossroads. Your obedience could save them years of wandering. Like this message, not as an empty click, but as a seal that you, too, are choosing life over death, obedience over rebellion. And if you have not yet, subscribe, because what heaven is releasing here is not a single spark, but a continual fire meant to keep your spirit aligned and strong. By staying connected, you ensure you never miss the next word designed to guide you into destiny. Beloved, picture what lies beyond this turning point. On one side, delay, cycles, wilderness repeated. On the other, open doors, flowing oil, crowns placed, mantles burning. The path you choose determines which reality becomes yours. God will not force you. He offers life, blessing, inheritance, but he will not compel. He invites, he warns, he waits, and then he honors your choice. Do not waver. Do not linger in indecision. Wavering is itself a choice, and it always leads to loss. Choose boldly. Choose quickly. Choose life. For when you do, heaven rushes to back you. Angels move to defend you. And destiny, doors swing wide with holy momentum. Beloved, let this truth settle in your heart. The turning point is not meant to break you, it is meant to birth you. The pressure you feel is not condemnation, it is labor. Heaven is pushing you into alignment, urging you to step beyond hesitation into the fullness of your calling. And once you cross this threshold, everything will shift. The chains of delay will snap. The whispers of doubt will silence. The cycles of wilderness will end, and a new season of acceleration will begin. You have carried promises for years. You have prayed prayers that seemed unanswered. You have endured crushing, wilderness, betrayal, and now you stand at the doorway where all of it converges. The oil pressed from your crushing, the strength forged in your wilderness, the authority birthed from your obedience, they all come together at this turning point. This is not coincidence, this is divine timing. Beloved, lift your eyes. The path of destiny glows before you. The choice is clear. The invitation is holy. And the moment is now. Do not delay. Do not waver. Step boldly into the turning point, and let your life become the testimony of one who chose rightly, one who chose life, one who chose the Lord. And when you do, generations will thank you. For your choice today will ripple into tomorrow, shaping lives you may never see, blessing descendants you may never meet. That is the power of one decision at a turning point. That is the weight of being chosen. Beloved, chosen one. You stand here not by accident, but by design. Heaven leans close, watching, waiting, ready to release what has been held back until now. Do not shrink back. Do not settle. Choose boldly. Choose fully. Choose now, for this is your turning point, and your destiny depends on it. Chosen one, you have stepped into the turning point, and now the path ahead begins to stretch wider than ever before. But as you move forward, the Spirit does not merely call you to walk, He calls you to declare. For destiny is not silent. Breakthrough does not arrive without sound. The atmosphere must be shifted by words, and your tongue must align with heaven. The enemy has always known the power of your voice. That is why he tried to silence you with shame. That is why rejection pressed so heavily on you. That is why discouragement often whispered louder than truth, because he knew that if you ever learned to declare, his grip on your life would collapse. Now, the mantle of fire rests upon you, and heaven demands your agreement, as Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 11, verse 23. Truly I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, "Go, throw yourself into the sea," and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them. Do you feel the weight of these words? Mountains do not move because of silent wishes. They move when chosen ones speak with faith. Silence may endure suffering, but declaration ushers in deliverance. Beloved, look at your own life. How many mountains have towered before you? Mountains of fear, mountains of lack, mountains of rejection, mountains of delay. You stared at them, prayed about them, even wept before them, but mountains are not persuaded by tears. They bow only to declaration backed by faith. This is why the Spirit is urging you now. Open your mouth, lift your voice, and declare your alignment with heaven. And so I give you a simple but weighty prophetic act. Write in the comments these words, "I choose life." Just 3 words. Yet they thunder in the unseen. Why? Because every time you write them, you are agreeing with Deuteronomy's call to choose blessing over curses, obedience over rebellion, destiny over delay. You are declaring before heaven and earth, I align with life. I reject death. I refuse cycles of destruction. And I embrace the abundance Christ secured for me. Do not underestimate this act. Words have always carried power. With words, God spoke creation into existence. With words, prophets called down fire, shut up heavens, and split seas. With words, Jesus healed the sick, raised the dead, and silenced demons. And now, your words carry weight. For the same Spirit lives in you. When you declare, I choose life, you are not merely typing, you are legislating in the Spirit. Beloved, think of the Israelites standing on the edge of the Jordan. They had wandered for 40 years, circling mountains instead of moving them. Why? Because they chose fear over faith, silence over declaration. Only Joshua and Caleb lifted their voices in agreement with God's promise, and only they entered the land. Your voice carries the same choice. Will you echo fear, or will you declare life? This moment is not for hesitation. Every delay gives the mountain more time to loom taller, but every declaration chips away at its foundation. Each time you say, "I choose life," the roots of death in your bloodline weaken. Chains that held your ancestors loosen. Shadows that haunted your past begin to fade. For your declaration is not only for you, it reverberates into generations. Beloved, let me also remind you, choosing life is not a one-time act. It is daily. Every morning you wake, the choice rises again. Death or life. Compromise or holiness. Doubt or faith. And each day you declare, "I choose life." You reset your spirit. You sharpen your sword. You align your path. It becomes not just words, but identity. This declaration will also test you. Life does not always look easy. Sometimes it looks like walking away from comfort to pursue calling. Sometimes it looks like letting go of toxic ties to preserve purity. Sometimes it looks like saying no to the world when everyone else is saying yes. But every time you declare life, you reinforce your courage to make those choices. Beloved chosen one, heaven is listening. The earth is listening. Even darkness is listening. What will you declare? Will you stay silent, letting fear dictate your steps? Or will you lift your voice and say with authority, "I choose life"? Let me tell you this truth. Life responds to those who declare it. Doors open when you align with life. Oil flows when you align with life. Mantles blaze when you align with life. For heaven itself is the realm of life. And when you declare it, you pull that realm into your reality. Beloved, look again at the mountain before you. It may look immovable. It may have mocked you for years. But remember the promise. If you say to this mountain, "Be removed," it will obey. Not because your voice is loud, but because your faith is real. Not because of your power, but because of the Spirit within you. Do not let this moment pass in silence. Declare, and watch the mountain shift. And as you write it, as you speak it, as you live it, know this: heaven records your words. They are not forgotten. They are stored as testimony. When the enemy accuses, your declaration rise as evidence. When doubt whispers, your declaration returns as reminder. When trials come, your declaration stands as anchor. Beloved, do it now. Seal it. Declare it. Write it. I choose life. These 3 words may look simple, but in them lies your future. They are the line between curse and blessing, between delay and destiny, between death and life. And you, chosen one, were never meant for death. You were always meant for life. Chosen one, the words you speak carry the weight of eternity. You have declared life, and heaven has recorded it. Now comes the unfolding of what such a declaration truly means. For life in the kingdom is not simply breath in your lungs or days on the calendar. It is abundance, wholeness, and purpose flowing together as one. Life is not merely existing, it is reigning. When Scripture speaks of life, it speaks of more than survival. Jesus himself said he came that we might have life, and have it abundantly. Abundance does not mean an absence of trials. It means flourishing in the midst of them, shining even when shadows surround, overcoming even when opposition rises. To choose life is to choose to flourish where others fade, to endure where others break, to thrive where others merely exist. But beloved, life in abundance is not automatic. It requires alignment. It requires walking in rhythm with the Spirit. For the kingdom's definition of life often clashes with the world's. The world calls pleasure life. The Spirit calls holiness life. The world calls possessions life. The Spirit calls peace life. The world calls status life. The Spirit calls surrender life. To walk in true life, you must resist the counterfeit versions and embrace the eternal reality. The Word of God declares in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 23, "Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it." This is the foundation of abundant life, your heart. If the heart is whole, life flows abundantly. If the heart is poisoned, life shrivels. That is why the enemy has attacked your heart more fiercely than anything else. He sought to break it, corrupt it, harden it, because he knew that if he could wound your heart, he could choke the flow of life. Beloved, think back on the battles of your heart, the betrayals that pierced you, the disappointments that weighed you down, the losses that scarred you. Each one was an attempt to poison the wellspring, but you are still here, still alive, still declaring life. That is proof that your heart, though wounded, has not been defeated. The Spirit has preserved you, kept your well from running dry, ensured that your heart still beats with heaven's rhythm. To choose life now means to guard that well more fiercely than ever. It means refusing to let bitterness fester. It means releasing forgiveness even when wounds are fresh. It means keeping your heart soft before God, tender to His whispers, quick to obey. For from the heart flows the streams of destiny. Beloved, life in abundance also demands perspective. Too often you have measured life by circumstances, by how much you had, by who stood beside you, by whether prayers were answered the way you expected. But true life is measured by presence. If God is with you, you lack nothing. If His Spirit abides within, you are already rich. When David declared, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want," he was not free of trials. He still faced lions, giants, and betrayals. Yet he called himself satisfied, because life flowed not from circumstance, but from communion. Beloved, this same truth is yours. You do not wait for perfect conditions to live abundantly. You live abundantly because the perfect one abides in you. Even in wilderness, manna flows. Even in drought, rivers spring up. Even in follies, shepherds walk beside. This is the paradox of kingdom life: abundance in lack, joy in sorrow, victory in battle. But do not mistake abundance for passivity. Abundant life is active. It calls you to rise, to build, to multiply. Look at creation: trees bear fruit, rivers overflow, stars blaze. Life in the kingdom is always fruitful, always multiplying, always pouring outward. When you choose life, you are choosing to become a vessel of overflow. What God pours into you cannot stay in you. it must spill over into others. Beloved, ask yourself, who around you has tasted life because you chose it? Who has been lifted because you refused despair? Who has been healed because your words carried hope? This is the evidence of life. Abundant, it multiplies. It refuses to stay small. It touches, transforms, and testifies. And yet, abundance also requires pruning. A vine cannot bear much fruit without cuts. You may feel the sting of pruning. Even now, relationships cut away, habits stripped, comforts removed. But this is not loss, it is preparation. Every cut makes room for greater fruit. Every pruning secures deeper roots. Abundant life is not freedom from pruning, it is the reward of it. Beloved, I must also remind you, abundant life carries responsibility. It is not a gift to hoard, but a trust to steward. When God blesses you, it is so you can bless. When He pours oil, it is so you can anoint. When He fills your cup, it is so it can overflow. Choosing life means choosing to live generously, to let your abundance become rivers for the thirsty. Think of Abraham, called not only to be blessed, but to be a blessing. His life overflowed into nations. His obedience unlocked inheritance for generations. That same calling rests on you. Your choice of life will ripple beyond your years, shaping destinies far beyond your sight. Beloved chosen one, pause and see what heaven sees. You are not merely breathing, you are flourishing. You are not barely surviving, you are thriving. The oil from your crushing flows. The crown from your endurance shines. The fire from your mantle blazes. Life true, abundant, eternal is coursing through you. Guard it, cherish it, steward it. For this life is the testimony of one who chose rightly at the turning point. This life is the fruit of one who declared boldly, I choose life. And this life is the inheritance you will pass down, the legacy you will leave, the testimony that will outlive your days. Beloved, you have chosen well. Now live well, live abundantly, live boldly. Live as one who carries heaven's breath in your lungs, heaven's fire in your bones, heaven's oil on your head. For you are not merely alive, you are chosen. And chosen ones never live small. Chosen one. To live abundantly is not only to carry life within yourself, but also to stand firm in the storms that inevitably come. For do not think that choosing life exempts you from winds and waves. In truth, the storms often intensify after your declaration. For the enemy trembles when he realizes you have aligned with heaven. Yet storms do not arrive to destroy you, they arrive to reveal what anchors you. There is a reason the Spirit led you to speak, I choose life. That declaration does not cancel adversity, it equips you to endure it. For storms test whether your roots are shallow or deep, whether your faith is fleeting or firm, whether your trust is circumstantial or eternal. And beloved, your storms will testify that you are not built on sand, but on rock. It is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 25. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. This is the essence of your endurance. The rains may fall, the floods may rise, the winds may howl, but you will not collapse, because your life is founded not on feelings, not on circumstances, not on shifting sands, but on the solid rock of Christ. Beloved, storms come in many forms. Sometimes they arrive as external pressures, financial struggles, health battles, sudden losses. Other times they come as internal wars, doubts, fears, weariness, loneliness, and often they come as relational trials, betrayals, misunderstandings, rejections. No chosen one escapes the storm, but the difference lies here. Storms do not define you, they refine you. Think of the disciples in the boat. Waves threatened to consume them, and fear gripped their hearts. Yet Jesus slept undisturbed until they cried out. When he rose, he rebuked the winds and calmed the sea with a word. What lesson was hidden in that moment? Not only that he had authority over the storm, but that his presence was greater than the storm itself. Beloved, you carry that same presence. The storms around you cannot drown the one who lives within you. But storms serve another purpose too. They strip illusions. They reveal who truly stands with you. Fair weather companions may scatter, but those ordained by heaven remain. Storms also expose what you have built upon. If your foundation is people, wealth, or status, storms will topple it. But if your foundation is Christ, storms will prove your strength. You will emerge, not shaken, but unshakable. Beloved, perhaps you are in such a storm now. Winds of doubt buffet your mind. Waves of fear crash against your heart. You wonder if you will survive. Hear this clearly. You will not be destroyed. You may bend, but you will not break. You may stumble, but you will not fall. The rock beneath you is stronger than the winds around you. Consider Paul, shipwrecked, yet preserved. Beatan, yet unbroken. Chained, yet unshaken. He declared, "We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but not destroyed." Such resilience did not come from comfort, but from Christ. And the same Christ who anchored Paul anchors you now. Beloved, storms also carry hidden treasures. They teach you endurance. They deepen your prayer. They sharpen your discernment. They strip away what is unnecessary and anchor you in what is eternal. The calm seas of life rarely produce warriors. It is storms that birth intercessors, prophets, leaders. The tempest that frightened you today will become the testimony that empowers others tomorrow. Do not despise your storm. Let it refine you. Lift your eyes in the midst of it and declare, "This, too, will pass. This, too, will serve purpose. This, too, will reveal my rock." For storms are temporary, but the foundation remains eternal. Beloved, I must also remind you that storms are often prophetic indicators of breakthrough. When winds rise violently, it is because something significant is near. Before Jesus crossed the lake to deliver the man possessed by a legion, a storm arose to try and stop him. Before Paul reached Rome to testify of Christ, storms and shipwrecks opposed him. In both cases, the storms were not random, they were strategic attempts of the enemy to delay destiny. If your storm feels intense, it is because your breakthrough is near. So, do not lose heart. The fiercer the winds, the closer the shore, the higher the waves, the nearer the promise. The enemy would not rage so violently if you were not on the brink of impact. Storms may roar, but they cannot rewrite prophecy. The rock beneath you is immovable. Below the chosen one. When storms come, remember this: you are not alone in the boat. Christ is with you. Angels surround you. The Spirit strengthens you. You may hear the winds, but heaven hears your prayers. You may feel the waves, but heaven feels your pain. And heaven is not indifferent. It moves at the right moment. Calming seas, stilling winds, guiding you safely to shore. Lift your spirit, even in the storm. Sing when waves crash. Pray when winds howl. Declare when fear whispers. For your worship in the storm terrifies darkness more than calm seas ever could. It is easy to sing in sunlight, but when you sing in thunder, you reveal a faith unshakable. Beloved, your storms are not wasted. They are woven into your story. They are forging endurance, birthing testimony, and proving that you are built on rock, not sand. And one day, when you look back, you will thank the very storm you once feared, for it revealed the strength of your foundation. So, stand firm. Chosen one, the rain may fall, the rivers may rise, the winds may howl, but you will not collapse. You are anchored, secured, unshakable. The storm is real, but so is your rock. Chosen one, the storms have raged, yet you have not collapsed. The winds have howled, yet you still stand. And because you have endured, heaven now calls you into a prophetic act that seals your faith and aligns you with the flow of breakthrough. For endurance is not the end of your journey, it is the preparation for overflow. And overflow always begins with agreement. The Spirit has been whispering, reminding you that everything in the unseen responds to faith. Angels are dispatched when faith rises. Mountains move when faith declares. Chains break when faith acts. And now, heaven gives you a number, a prophetic seal that symbolizes completion and divine alignment in your life. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19. Say, I am doing a new thing, now it springs up, do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. Beloved, this is your word. The wilderness is shifting. The wasteland is stirring. The impossible is becoming possible. But the question remains, will you perceive it? Will you recognize what heaven is doing? And will you align with it? To perceive is to respond, and to respond is to declare. That is why I call you now into a prophetic act. Write the number 222 inches, the comments below. This is no random number. It is the symbol of divine partnership, holy alignment, and the testimony that God is making a way where none existed before. It echoes the agreement of heaven and earth, spirit and vessel, prophecy and fulfillment. When you type 222, you are saying, I agree with heaven's new thing. I align with the streams breaking forth in my wilderness. I declare that my life is no longer wasteland but flowing with abundance. You are signing a covenant of alignment, placing yourself in step with the rhythm of the Spirit. Beloved, recall how agreement has always been the key. When 2 or 3 gather in His name, His presence manifests. When Israel marched in unity around Jericho, walls fell. When the disciples prayed in one accord in the upper room, fire descended. Agreement multiplies power. And prophetic numbers like 222 are heaven's way of reminding you that you are not alone, you are aligned. Perhaps you have felt scattered, as though your life has been fragmented into pieces. The storm tried to break your focus. The crushing tried to steal your joy. The wilderness tried to drain your strength. But 222 comes as a holy reminder. Heaven is bringing your fragments into order. What was scattered is being gathered. What was broken is being mended. What was delayed is being aligned. Beloved, when you write 222, do not see it as digits on a screen. See it as a declaration into eternity. Every 2 represents partnership. God with you. You with Him. Heaven with earth. Together, they testify that you are not wandering aimlessly. You are walking in alignment with divine order. And know this, alignment is not passive. It demands movement. When heaven says, "See, I am doing a new thing," you must choose to step into it. You cannot cling to old patterns, old fears, old doubts, and still expect new streams. Alignment requires letting go. It requires trust. It requires boldness to step into what your eyes cannot yet see. Beloved, I urge you, do not miss this prophetic moment. The wilderness you have endured is not forever. Streams are forming even now beneath the surface, waiting for the moment of release. But they flow only where agreement is present. When you write 222, you are digging channels in the spirit, making room for rivers to rush through your life. Think of the widow with jars. Oil flowed only as long as she made room. When jars stopped, oil stopped. In the same way, your prophetic act of agreement is a jar. The more you align, the more the streams flow. The more you believe, the more rivers rush. 222 is not about digits, it is about posture. A posture that says, "Lord, I perceive, I align, I receive." Beloved, chosen one. Can you sense it? The air shifting, the dryness breaking, the wilderness trembling. You are not at the end, you are at the threshold. Heaven is declaring, now it springs up, not tomorrow, not someday. Now, the streams are already stirring. The way is already being carved. The new thing is already breaking forth. But heaven waits for your agreement. Will you echo the decree? Will you declare the alignment? Will you seal it with faith? Then let it be written. Let it be declared. Write boldly. 222. And as you do, believe that rivers will rush through deserts, doors will open in walls, and life will spring up in wastelands. Believe that your endurance has not been wasted. It has prepared the ground for overflow. Beloved, heaven has spoken. The wilderness bows. The wasteland blooms. The new thing springs forth. And you, God's chosen one, are stepping into it by faith, by alignment, by prophetic declaration. Type it. Declare it. Believe it. 222. Chosen one. The prophetic streams have begun to break forth, and you stand in the flow of something holy. The wilderness is no longer only a place of testing. It has become the very stage where heaven demonstrates its power through you. And now, the Spirit speaks of divine exposure. Everything done in the shadows, every plot formed in secrecy, every word whispered against you in hidden places will be revealed in the light. For what the enemy tried to bury in darkness, God himself will drag into the open for your vindication. Exposure is never comfortable. It unsettles. It shocks. It often breaks what seemed unshakable. But exposure is mercy disguised. For as long as lies remain hidden, they can continue their work. As long as schemes remain secret, they can spread like infection. But when God shines his light, everything festering in the dark is forced into the open, and healing can begin. The voice of God thundered in the book of Luke, chapter 8, verse 17, "For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open." Beloved, this word is your assurance. You do not need to waste your energy proving yourself, defending yourself, or exposing others. Heaven has already decreed that hidden things will be revealed, and truth will triumph over deception. Think of Joseph, falsely accused and thrown into prison for a crime he did not commit. For years, he sat in obscurity, misunderstood and maligned. But the time came when the hidden truth surfaced, and Pharaoh himself exalted him to a place of honor. Joseph did not fight to clear his own name. He trusted God to expose the lies at the appointed time, and when exposure came, it lifted him higher than he could have ever reached on his own. So it will be with you, beloved. The betrayals that cut you, the words that wounded you, the schemes that mocked you, they have not gone unseen. Heaven has recorded every injustice, every false word, every hidden plot. And in the fullness of time, light will shine, not to shame you, but to vindicate you, not to humiliate you, but to elevate you. For exposure is always twofold. It reveals the schemes of darkness, and it reveals the faithfulness of those who endured. Beloved, exposure is also protection. Sometimes you wondered why God removed certain people from your life suddenly, without explanation. At first, it hurt. You questioned, "Lord, why would you take them away?" But later, the truth surfaced. Their motives were not pure. Their loyalty was not real. Their presence was not safe. God exposed them to preserve you. What felt like loss was in fact rescue. Exposure is also preparation. For as long as deception surrounds you, destiny cannot fully manifest. You cannot carry crowns while yoked to counterfeit companions. You cannot step through destiny doors while tied to toxic alliances. Exposure severs what needs to be severed, so you can walk freely into what heaven has ordained. Beloved chosen one, you must also be ready for the discomfort of exposure, for it not only reveals others, it also reveals us. There are hidden motives, fears, and weaknesses in our own hearts that must be brought to light. Do not resist this. When God exposes you, it is not to shame you, but to refine you. Hidden pride, buried wounds, unspoken doubts when they surface, they lose power. Exposure makes you whole, even when it first feels painful. This is why exposure must be embraced, not feared. To fear exposure is to cling to shadows. To embrace it is to step into freedom. For only when truth is revealed can chains be broken. And only when chains are broken can chosen ones walk fully in authority. Beloved, take courage. You are not alone in this. The God who exposes also covers. He shines his light not to strip you bare, but to clothe you in truth. He reveals not to destroy, but to heal. He uncovers not to shame, but to crown. Exposure is painful, yes, but it is also prophetic. It announces that a shift has come, that destiny demands clarity, that heaven is preparing you for greater glory. Do not be surprised when the Spirit begins revealing things, suddenly conversations overheard, motives uncovered, lies collapsing, truths surfacing. Do not panic when people you thought were allies are unmasked. Do not despair when the ground beneath you shakes with revelations. For all of this is mercy. Better to walk with 3 loyal companions than to be surrounded by 12 who betray. Better to build on truth, however small, than to build on lies, however grand. Beloved, exposure also carries justice. Those who mocked your faith, who twisted your words, who schemed in secret, will find themselves undone by their own hands. Not because you retaliated, but because heaven defends its chosen ones. The justice of God is not vengeance, it is restoration. It is the lifting of the righteous and the falling of the deceitful. It is the vindication of those who kept faith when lies surrounded them. And let this truth settle in your heart. You need not fight to be seen. The God who sees in secret will reward openly. Your prayers, whispered in the dark, will be shouted on rooftops. Your integrity, tested in silence, will be celebrated in public. Your faithfulness, unseen by men, will be honored before nations. Exposure guarantees that what was hidden, both evil and good, will be revealed. Beloved chosen one, you may feel weary of waiting. You may wonder, how long must I endure injustice? How long until truth comes to light? The answer is this: at the appointed time. Exposure is never random. It comes when it will serve the greatest purpose. It may feel delayed, but it is never denied, and when it comes, it will be undeniable, irreversible, unstoppable. So hold steady. Do not let bitterness consume you. Do not waste your breath proving yourself. Do not lower yourself to fight with shadows. Stand tall. Guard your heart, and trust that light always wins. For the same God who split seas, who shut lions' mouths, who raised the dead, will also shine light on every hidden thing in your story. Beloved, I want to pause here to speak with sincerity. If these words are stirring your spirit, if you feel heaven's fire confirming this message, then share it, not to boast, but to bless. Someone you know is walking through the pain of lies, betrayal, or secrecy, and they need to hear that God Himself will vindicate them. Like this message as a testimony of agreement with heaven's truth, and subscribe so that you remain aligned with the continual stream of prophetic words heaven is pouring out. This is not for entertainment. It is fuel for your journey, a lamp for your path, a shield for your faith. Chosen one, divine exposure is coming, and when it arrives, do not tremble, rejoice, for it is the sign that destiny is accelerating, that deception is collapsing, that truth is prevailing. The light is not your enemy, it is your ally, and when it shines, it will reveal you not as broken, but as chosen one. The light has begun to shine, and with it, hidden things are being revealed. You have seen betrayal exposed, motives unmasked, and lies fall apart before your eyes. But exposure is never the final step. It is an invitation to obedience. For now, heaven calls you to move beyond revelation into response. Exposure without obedience is wasted. It is not enough to see what was hidden. You must also act on what God has revealed. If Judas is unmasked, but you still cling to him, his betrayal will cut deeper. If hidden sins are surfaced, but you still nurture them, their poison will linger. If truth is revealed, but ignored, blindness soon follows. That is why the Spirit is urging you to seal this moment with action, with declaration, with obedience that resounds beyond words, as was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Beloved, this is your reminder. You are not called to shrink back in hesitation. You are not called to tremble before exposure. You are called to respond with power, with love, with clarity of mind. And this response must be spoken, declared, and sealed. There is power when chosen ones declare their obedience aloud. Throughout Scripture, God often asked his people not only to obey in heart, but also to confess with their mouths, to act with their hands, to demonstrate faith in tangible ways. Joshua had to declare, "As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord." Ruth had to say, "Your people will be my people, and your God, my God." The early church had to confess, "Jesus is Lord." These words were not casual, they were covenantal. They sealed destinies. And so it is with you now. The Spirit invites you into a prophetic act, a declaration of obedience that seals what heaven has already been stirring. Write these words in the comments. I choose my crown. 3 simple words, yet heavy with eternal meaning. When you write them, you are declaring, I will not trade my inheritance for temporary pleasures. I will not lay down my crown for comfort. I will not allow fear, compromise, or distraction to delay my destiny. I embrace the crown heaven has prepared for me, and I will walk as one chosen to wear it. Beloved, crowns are not handed casually. They are reserved for those who endure, for those who obey, for those who remain faithful when others fall away. By declaring, I choose my crown, you are stepping into alignment with endurance. You are saying, I may stumble, but I will rise. I may weep, but I will not quit. I may be pressed, but I will not surrender my crown. Do not dismiss this as mere words. In the spirit realm, such declarations roar like thunder. Angels record them. Darkness trembles at them. They are not typed letters on a screen. They are prophetic signatures, marking you as one who has chosen rightly. Beloved, remember, crowns are easily delayed when chosen ones settle for comfort. Esau traded his inheritance for a single meal. Demas, once a co-laborer of Paul, deserted the call for the love of the world. Many start the race with zeal, but few finish with crowns. Your declaration today is your refusal to repeat their story. It is your covenant that says, I will finish. I will not abandon my call. I will wear the crown God has prepared. This is not pride, it is alignment. You are not boasting in yourself. You are boasting in the one who called you, who sustained you, who reserved your crown before you were born. And when you declare, I choose my crown, you are choosing him, his ways, his destiny over every counterfeit throne. Beloved, take a moment to let this sink in. Picture your crown not of gold or jewels that fade, but of eternal glory, shimmering with the light of obedience, endurance, and faith. Imagine it resting on your head, not as a trophy of your strength, but as a testimony of His faithfulness. Every tear you cried, every battle you endured, every yes you whispered in the dark, they are all woven into that crown. And today, with one declaration, you are saying, yes, I will carry it. Yes, I will wear it. Yes, I will walk worthy of it. But know this, when you choose your crown, you also choose the cost. Crowns are not free. They require sacrifice, surrender, steadfastness. To choose your crown is to refuse shortcuts, to turn away from counterfeit thrones, to lay down every weight that slows you. Yet the cost pales compared to the reward, for crowns are eternal, and every sacrifice will be worth it when you stand crowned in glory. Beloved chosen one, the Spirit is watching. Heaven leans close. Angels record. Darkness trembles. Will you declare it? Will you write it? Will you seal this moment, not in silence, but in bold proclamation? Type it now. Believe it deeply. Live it daily. I choose my crown. Note, and as you do, know this. Heaven rejoices, for a chosen one has risen, not in fear, but in faith, not in hesitation, but in obedience, not in compromise, but in covenant. You have chosen your crown, and your destiny is sealed. Chosen one, when you declare your crown, you do not only speak of a far-off reward, you speak of a shift happening now. For once a crown is chosen in the Spirit, acceleration follows in the natural. Seasons that seem to crawl forward suddenly begin to move quickly. Delays collapse. What once took years begins to unfold in moments. This is the mystery of acceleration. It is not the removal of process, but the compression of time by the hand of God. Acceleration is a divine principle woven throughout Scripture. When the Spirit moves, time bends to heaven's command. Think of Elijah on Mount Carmel. After praying for rain, he outran Ahab's chariot all the way to Jezreel. The chariot represented human strength, human speed, human ability. But when the hand of the Lord came upon Elijah, he moved faster than what human power could achieve. That is acceleration. It was also seen at Pentecost. The disciples had waited in prayer, hidden in an upper room, for days. Suddenly, the Spirit descended, and in a single moment, fishermen became apostles. Fearful men became bold preachers. A small gathering became a global movement. What should have taken decades of slow growth exploded in a day. That is acceleration. And beloved, this same principle now rests upon you. For years, you have endured delay. Prayers seemed unanswered. Doors seemed locked. Dreams seemed far. But because you have chosen life, chosen obedience, chosen your crown, heaven now whispers, acceleration has come. What once was slow will now move swiftly. What once was impossible will now be possible in moments. The prophet Isaiah declared in chapter 60, verse 22, "The least of you will become 1,000, the smallest a mighty nation. I am the Lord. In its time I will do this swiftly." This is the promise of acceleration. It may feel like nothing has happened for years, But when the appointed time arrives, God moves swiftly, suddenly, unexpectedly, and no delay can resist his hand. Beloved, you must prepare your spirit for this shift. Acceleration does not mean chaos. It means divine order, moving quickly. But if your heart is unprepared, speed can overwhelm. That is why the wilderness was necessary, why the crushing was vital, why the exposure was essential. Those seasons trained you, refined you, stripped you, so that when acceleration comes, you will not be crushed by its weight. Think of Joseph. Years in prison must have felt like endless delay. But in one day, everything shifted. He woke in chains and slept in a palace. He rose from prisoner to prime minister in less than 24 hours. But he could carry that acceleration only because years of waiting had prepared him. Without the prison, the palace would have destroyed him. Without the delay, the acceleration would have overwhelmed him. So too with you. Beloved, the years of waiting were not wasted, they were training. And now, when acceleration comes, you will not be unsteady. You will move with grace, with wisdom, with authority. You will know how to steward the sudden blessings, the sudden doors, the sudden influence. Beloved, let me remind you, acceleration is not always external. It is not only about doors opening or opportunities appearing. Sometimes the greatest acceleration happens inside you. Suddenly, you find clarity where confusion reigned. Suddenly, you feel boldness where fear once crippled. Suddenly, you grasp truths of Scripture that once seemed hidden. Internal acceleration always precedes external. The Spirit quickens your mind, sharpens your discernment, deepens your faith, so that when the external shifts, you are ready. And take comfort in this. Acceleration does not mean you must strive. It is not about running faster in your own strength. It is about being carried by the wind of the Spirit. Elijah outran the chariot, not because his legs were stronger, but because the hand of the Lord rested upon him. So too with you, this next season will not be a result of your striving, but of His Spirit moving. You will look back and say, "Surely it was not me, it was the Lord." Beloved, prepare for sudden testimonies. Doors that were shut for years will open without warning. Relationships that were broken will be restored quickly. Resources you lacked will flow suddenly. Influence you never sought will find you. And when it happens, you will know this is not natural progression, it is divine acceleration. But also remember, acceleration comes with responsibility. Speed is dangerous if direction is unclear. That is why you must remain anchored in the Word, attuned to the Spirit, steady in prayer. Do not let the speed distract you from the source, for the same God who accelerates can also pause. If He sees you drifting, stay aligned, and the wind will not cease. Beloved, imagine yourself as an arrow pulled back in a bow. For years, you may have felt tension, pressure, even setback. But what felt like being pulled backward was preparation for release. And when the release comes, the arrow flies faster and farther than it could have otherwise. That is acceleration. The pressure you endured was not punishment, it was preparation. The delay you hated was not denial, it was divine setup. And now, release is here. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Your days of endless waiting are ending. Your years of circling are closing. The appointed time has arrived. Heaven decrees, swiftly I will do it. This is not a vague hope, it is a prophetic reality. And you, beloved, will testify that what once seemed impossible happened suddenly. So lift your head, strengthen your heart, and prepare for speed. For the rock beneath you is steady, the mantle upon you is burning, the oil over you is flowing. You are ready. The wilderness has shaped you, the fire has refined you, and now acceleration has come. Move boldly, chosen one, for in this season, steps that once took years will take days. Prayers that once felt delayed will be answered quickly. Prophecies that lingered will manifest suddenly. This is your time of acceleration, and nothing can hold you back. Chosen one, acceleration has come, and with it, a holy unveiling of who you truly are. For you are not merely surviving the journey, you are being crowned in glory. Every pressing, every betrayal, every storm has been shaping you for this moment, not to leave you in ashes, but to raise you as one clothed in majesty, carrying the weight of heaven's honor. Crowns in the kingdom are not ornaments of vanity, they are emblems of identity. They signify rulership, inheritance, victory. In the natural, crowns are given by men to honor achievements. In the spirit, crowns are given by God to recognize obedience, faith, and endurance. When heaven crowns you, it is not because you were flawless, it is because you remained faithful. It is written in the book of James, chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. This promise is yours. Beloved, your trials were not random, they were tests, and your perseverance has not gone unnoticed. Every tear, every prayer, every whispered yes in the dark has been weaving the fabric of your crown. But understand this, crowns are not placed on heads that remain bowed in defeat. They rest upon those who lift their heads, not in arrogance, but in confidence of who they are in Christ. You are no longer defined by wounds, no longer chained by fear, no longer trapped in cycles of shame. You are crowned, and your crown declares, this one belongs to the King. This one has overcome. This one carries glory. Beloved, the crown also shifts how you walk. Slaves shuffle with heads down, but royalty walks with shoulders squared, eyes lifted, steps steady. You cannot wear a crown and still move as though you are unworthy. To wear a crown is to accept the dignity heaven has given you, to embrace your authority, to understand that your presence carries weight because your identity carries glory. This is why the enemy fought so hard to strip you of confidence. He knew if you ever recognized your crown, his hold would collapse. He used shame to convince you were unworthy. He used fear to make you doubt your authority. He used rejection to make you question your value. But his attempts have failed. For the crown is not earned by your perfection, but given by his promise. And what God crowns, no enemy can unseat. Beloved, consider what this crown represents. It is woven with strands of endurance. You stood when others fell. It gleams with jewels of faith you believed when evidence was absent. It shines with gold refined by fire. You endured trials and came forth pure. Each piece of your journey is reflected in your crown. Nothing was wasted. not the wilderness, not the crushing, not the storms. Every season contributed to the glory now resting on you. But remember, crowns are not for comfort alone. They are for assignment. When Esther wore her crown, it was not to bask in luxury, but to intercede for her people. When David wore his crown, it was not for applause, but for shepherding a nation. When you wear your crown, it is not only for honor, but for purpose. Your crown is both authority and responsibility, glory and calling. Beloved, ask yourself, how will you steward this crown? Will you wear it lightly? Or will you walk in its weight? Will you shrink from its responsibility? Or will you embrace the authority it grants? For crowns are not static, they demand action. A crowned one must lead, must shine, must testify. To wear glory is to reflect glory. Do not fear this responsibility. Heaven would not place a crown upon you if you could not carry it. The same Spirit who refined you for this moment will also empower you to steward it. You do not carry the crown alone. You carry it with grace, with fire, with the presence of the one who placed it. And know this, your crown is not temporary. Earthly crowns tarnish, fade, and pass from one head to another. But your crown is eternal. It is not of gold that rusts or jewels that lose luster. It is of glory that endures. What you wear now in the Spirit will one day be revealed in fullness before heaven's throne. And on that day, you will cast your crown at his feet, not in shame, but in worship, saying, "It was always yours. Lord, you gave it. You sustained it. You deserve it." Beloved, see yourself as heaven sees you now, no longer weary and wandering, but crowned and radiant, no longer crushed by trials, but shining with victory, no longer silenced by fear, but speaking with authority. The journey has been long, but the crown proves it was worth it. You are not only chosen, you are crowned in glory. Let this reality shape your every step. When you wake, remember your crown. When you pray, speak as one crowned. When you face opposition, stand as one crowned. For your crown is not a distant promise, it is your present identity. And when the world looks at you, they may not see it with their eyes, but they will feel its weight. For crowns in the Spirit radiate authority even when unseen. Beloved chosen one, the time has come to rise. Do not bow to shame any longer. Do not shrink beneath fear. Do not live as though you are unworthy. Wear your crown with dignity, with humility, with boldness, for heaven has crowned you, and no hand can remove what he has placed. You are crowned in glory, and your life will testify of it. Chosen one, the crown rests upon your head, and with it comes a deeper realization. You are not alone in this story. You are part of something larger, something eternal, something woven into the fabric of time itself. For you belong to the chosen generation, a remnant set apart for these last days, a people marked not by compromise, but by consecration, not by fear, but by fire, not by silence, but by sound. You may have felt out of place your whole life, different from your peers, misunderstood by your family, unable to blend into the patterns of the world. At times you wondered if this difference was a flaw, if it meant you were broken. But beloved, hear this clearly. Your difference is your distinction. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out as part of the chosen generation. The Apostle Peter reminds us in his first letter, chapter 2, verse 9, "But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you may declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light." This is your identity, not just individually, but collectively. You are part of a priesthood, a holy nation, a chosen people marked for purpose. Beloved, this chosen generation is not defined by numbers, but by faith. It may feel small compared to the multitudes who walk in compromise, but heaven does not measure by majority. He measures by purity, by surrender, by obedience. Gideon's army was reduced to 300 so that victory would reveal God, not man. In the same way, the chosen generation may be a remnant, but it carries the authority of heaven's host. You must also understand what it means to be part of this generation. It means your life is not only about personal victory, but about collective assignment. The oil on you is not just for your survival, it is for the healing of nations. The crown on you is not only for your honor, it is for the leadership of many. The fire on you is not just for your transformation, it is for the awakening of others. You are part of a movement, not merely a moment. Beloved, throughout history, God has always raised remnants. Noah's family preserved humanity through the flood. Abraham's seed became a nation through which the Messiah came. Elijah thought he was alone, yet God had preserved 7,000 who had not bowed to Baal. In every age, when darkness seemed overwhelming, there was always a remnant who carried the light. And now, in this generation, you are among them. Do not despise the weight of this calling. To be part of the chosen generation is to live differently. It means walking in holiness when the world mocks purity. It means standing in truth when lies dominate culture. It means carrying love that heals wounds others ignore. It means enduring rejection, misunderstanding, even persecution, not because you are weak, but because you are strong enough to bear the mantle of the remnant. Beloved, understand also that the chosen generation carries authority in the unseen realm. When this remnant prays, heavens shake. When this remnant speaks, chains break. When this remnant worships, atmospheres shift. It is not about talent, charisma, or earthly power. It is about alignment with heaven. You carry this alignment, not because you earned it, but because you were marked for it before you were born. But being part of this generation is not passive. It requires consecration. The chosen cannot walk in compromise. You must guard your oil, protect your crown, steward your mantle. The world will try to dilute you, to distract you, to enteach you into comfort. But chosen ones cannot afford comfort at the cost of calling. You must walk in vigilance, for the weight of the remnant is heavy, but its reward is eternal. Beloved, there is also joy in this calling. To be part of the chosen generation is to see miracles the world cannot explain. It is to walk in intimacy with God that others do not understand. It is to taste the sweetness of His presence, to hear His whisper, to feel His fire. While others chase shadows, you walk in light. While others wander aimlessly, you march with purpose. While others bow to fear, you rise in boldness. Do not think you are alone in this. Though the remnant may feel scattered, You are part of a vast family, stretching across nations, cultures, and generations. Others are rising even now, voices of fire, hearts of purity, lives surrendered wholly. And together, though separated by distance, you form a chosen generation whose sound cannot be silenced, whose light cannot be dimmed. Beloved, imagine this. You stand among countless others, all carrying oil, all crowned in glory, all mantled with fire. Though each story is unique, all converge into one tapestry, the remnant prepared for the final days. Together you will declare praises, confront darkness, and carry light into the deepest valleys of the earth. This is not fantasy, it is prophecy. And prophecy demands participation. Will you walk worthy of this generation? Will you embrace the weight, the cost, the calling? For to be chosen is not only privilege, it is responsibility. The world does not need more voices echoing emptiness. It needs chosen ones declaring truth. The world does not need more crowds chasing comfort. It needs remnants carrying fire. You are part of that answer. Beloved chosen one, lift your eyes. See beyond your own journey. See the larger picture. You are part of a chosen generation, a holy remnant, a people marked not by weakness but by strength, not by fear but by faith, not by compromise but by consecration. And through you, through this remnant, nations will be touched, generations will be shifted, history will be rewritten. So, rise, not just as an individual, but as part of the collective. Walk not only for your crown, but for your people. Pray not only for your breakthrough, but for your generation, for you are part of something eternal, something prophetic, something unstoppable. Beloved, never again doubt your place. Never again question your difference. Never again shrink from your calling. You are chosen, not alone, not forgotten, but woven into a generation destined to shine. Beloved, chosen one. The journey has brought you here to the fullness of revelation, the clarity of calling, the certainty of destiny. You have walked through crushing, endured wilderness, survived storms, embraced exposure, and carried crowns. You have felt the weight of fire upon your mantle and the rhythm of acceleration under your feet. And now, as the chosen generation rises, you stand not as one uncertain of your place, but as one fully aware you are God's chosen one, marked, sealed, and unstoppable. But the Spirit would not end this story with silence, for there remains a truth that must echo within you until your final breath. Being chosen is not the end of the journey, it is the beginning of a mission. To be chosen is to be sent. To be crowned is to be commissioned. To be filled with oil is to be poured out. Your destiny is not to sit idly in glory, but to carry glory into a world gasping for light. It is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 16, "You did not choose me, but I chose you and appointed you so that you might go and bear fruit, fruit that will last, and so that whatever you ask in my name, the Father will give you." Beloved, this is your commission. You were not chosen for comfort. You were not crowned for ease. You were chosen and appointed to bear fruit, fruit that will remain when the dust of time has settled, fruit that will outlive your days and testify of your faith. Do you see the pattern now? Every season was necessary. The crushing produced oil, so you could anoint. The wilderness built endurance, so you could guide others. The storms revealed your foundation, so you could strengthen the weary. The exposure purified your circle, so you could walk without distraction. The crown gave you authority, so you could lead. The fire mantled you, so you could burn. Nothing was wasted. Every step was preparation for fruit. And this fruit is not temporary. The world offers achievements that fade, applause that dies, crowns that tarnish. But the fruit of a chosen one is eternal. Lives touched, hearts healed, chains broken, nations shifted. This is the fruit that remains. And this, beloved, is your portion. Do not think too small. Your calling is not confined to your own survival. You were not chosen merely to escape darkness, but to invade it with light. You were not crowned simply to sit in victory, but to wage war for others still in battle. You were not given fire to hide it under silence, but to spread it until the whole earth is lit. Your mission stretches beyond you. It touches generations, nations, and eternity. Beloved, you must also understand the weight of carrying eternity within you. To be chosen is to walk with heaven's perspective. You cannot measure success by temporary standards, numbers, applause, recognition. These are shadows. True success is obedience. True victory is faithfulness. True greatness is surrender. You are called not to chase the fleeting, but to bear the eternal. And this mission will not be without cost. To bear fruit is to be pruned again and again. To carry fire is to be misunderstood. To stand in truth is to face opposition. But take heart, the cost is proof of authenticity. For if the world applauded you easily, it would mean you were too safe. But the chosen are not safe. They are dangerous to darkness. And that danger will always provoke resistance. Yet, beloved, let your heart not be troubled. For the same God who chose you will sustain you. The same Spirit who filled you will empower you. The same Christ who crowned you will walk beside you. You are not sent empty-handed. You are sent with oil, with fire, with authority. And every step you take, heaven walks with you. See yourself now through heaven's eyes. No longer a wanderer, but a warrior. No longer overlooked, but appointed. No longer crushed, but crowned. You are the living testimony that God still raises remnants, still anoints vessels, still crowns the faithful. And your life will echo this truth long after you are gone. This one was chosen. This one bore fruit. This one walked faithfully with God. Beloved chosen one, the time has come to rise in fullness. Do not shrink back. Do not doubt. Do not delay. The crown is on your head. The fire is in your bones. The oil flows from your life. Walk as one appointed. Speak as one authorized. Live as one chosen. For the earth is waiting. Creation is groaning. And heaven is cheering. You are not an accident. You are not forgotten. You are not ordinary. You are God's chosen one. And your story is only beginning. Chosen one. As this journey draws to a close, pause and let the weight of it rest upon you. You have heard the voice of heaven remind you of who you are. Crowned, anointed, mantled, appointed. You have been led through the wilderness, refined in the fire, strengthened in storms, and now raised to walk in authority. These were not just words, they were prophecy, unfolding as truth over your life. But remember this, being chosen does not mean life will be easy. It means life will be purposeful. It means every step, whether joyful or painful, will carry eternal weight. It means your tears are counted, your prayers recorded, your battles noted in heaven's scrolls. Nothing is wasted. Nothing is forgotten. Carry this truth with you. You are not just surviving, you are shaping history. You are not just enduring, you are bearing fruit that will last. You are not just one among many, you are chosen, marked, and sent. Let the oil flow from your crushing. Let the fire burn from your mantle. Let the crown shine from your endurance. And let your life resound as testimony. This one was chosen by God. And this one remained faithful. Beloved, arise now. Live boldly. Walk faithfully. Shine brightly. The world is waiting for the light you carry, and heaven is watching, ready to crown you again and again until the final day when you lay it all before the throne. You are God's chosen one, and nothing, no darkness, no storm, no betrayal, no delay can take that from you.